All right, we're live here. Super Tuesday 2024. It's finally here. The heart of the presidential primary cycle is here. So right now we are live. We have about 25 minutes until polls close. First polls close. And today's contest, Vermont, Virginia, are the ones that usually will come in first. Let's start with the results we have so far. In the state of Iowa, we have a projection. We have projected that President Joe Biden wins their caucus. I'm going to share this tab. Right now, this is one of Biden's best results so far this cycle. Joe Biden wins Iowa. Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson both lost to uncommitted ones. Again, uncommitted not having a good big impact as it happened in Michigan, but uncommitted got more votes than Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson, who resumed her campaign. Not a lot of votes in Worth, not a lot in these counties right here where Biden's narrowly leading. The size of the lead, look at only about 11,000 votes counted this cycle in the Democratic primary for caucus for president in Iowa. This was the first caucus that was done by mail, and the voting came through from January to now. The final results are right here, right now. Joe Biden, 91% of the vote. The rest got about 9%. So a bad showing for the president of the United. Good showing for the president of the United States. As we're going to get at 7 o'clock, we get Vermont and Virginia, two states where Nikki Haley campaigned a ton in. Let's share this tab. We have our own delegate tracker, which will be put into the test soon. All right, so I'm doing some research right quick. So Biden has swept the primary so far. Biden has swept the primary so far. I'm going to see if it was either Iowa or South Carolina that was his biggest showing. Biden got 91 in Iowa. In South Carolina, got 90. Yeah, South Carolina was his biggest showing. But this is his second best showing right now, which is in Iowa. So our first bit. And then so we got so we're live here. We're about 40, 20, 15-ish minutes away from poll closings in our first contest in Vermont and Virginia. States where Nikki Haley campaigned a bit. So far, here's our race for the Republican nomination so far. Donald Trump 273 coming into tonight, 43 for Nikki Haley coming into tonight. These are our poll closing times: Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas. Alabama is at 8, Alaska midnight, Arkansas 8:30, California 11, Colorado 9, Maine 8, Massachusetts 8, Minnesota 9, North Carolina 7:30, Oklahoma 8, Tennessee 8, Texas 8, Utah at 10, Virginia at 7, Vermont at 7. That was for the Republicans. For the Democrats, Alabama closes at 8, Arkansas 8:30, California 11. Basically the same thing. But we had Iowa where Biden crushed. Got an amazing result there. And we got several down ballot primaries. That's where we will most likely, me and my fellow analyst Dante will be focusing on this tonight. But we have a couple presidential races that we'll be watching, specifically Virginia, Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont. We have some down ballot race, and then at 7:30 we will have North Carolina closing. It'll be their governor's race and their attorney general's race. And then we got some interesting congressional races in Alabama at 8. Texas has their Senate races at 9. Goes at 8 and 9. 9 o'clock if you live in El Paso, which literally is in the middle of nowhere. I'm not even kidding. And then at 11 we have the California races, which will take probably forever, knowing California. So yeah, that's what we got looking forward to. We have our own delegate tracker, which is a doc that we put into Google Sheets. We got some graphics that we will unveil. I got some graphics that we will unveil during this coverage. And yeah, we have the needle for today's primaries, which is cool here. I don't think we have any. I don't. We know. I know there's American Samoa results. I don't know where I can get them. That's the thing. I know American Samoa is having primaries. Their primaries today. I just don't know where they are located, where I can get the results at. So yeah, that is their. So right now we got a. So Vermont and Virginia, big states so to open up early. In Vermont, their governor Phil Scott endorsed Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley campaigned a lot there. She also campaigned a lot in Maine and in Massachusetts and in Virginia. Trump also campaigned in Virginia. Again, this is a very good night, big night. We could, at the end of the night, we could see Trump get about 75% of the delegates getting up for grabs tonight. Trump could get at least 75% of them. So that's the thing. Both Trump and Biden could be a contest or two closer. They could be like very close to the nomination for both Trump and Biden after tonight. The question is, how close? Because we got more on their big batch of primaries next week. And then we got a big on their batch of elections next week at probably the same time. So that's the thing we're going to watch for next week is how close will Trump, how much closer will Trump and Biden get to the nomination next week? And then on 2 weeks from today, our presidential primary coverage will be over. We will be shifting to the down ballot. We will only have only one or two streams in April, and in May we are completely booked. We got the whole month from every Tuesday in May, except for the final week. We will have a stream for their primaries. June is also booked up. Every Tuesday in June is booked up. We have a break in July, and then in August, again every week from the first week of August to the second week of September, we'll have back to back streams. So if you guys want to continue to get interested in those coverages, please subscribe down below, and we'll be keeping you up to date with the latest from Super Tuesday and every other primary days. I will be active more this. I'll be more active this again. I'll be a lot active this again because I'm not busy. I updated my house predictions last night, so you probably saw. If you're watching this now, you probably saw those predictions. I'll probably have another video up again. Another video this week. Again this week. I am not doing them twice a day like I used to way back in the day, like 5 years ago or something like that. I did twice a day, but I ditched that. Hopefully I can get like hopefully I can get enough content for you guys out. So yeah, if you are watching this, you are amazing. So let's go over what we got so far. So on the presidential race, we have nothing yet for today for the Republicans. The first polls close at 7 o'clock in Virginia, where 48 delegates are available. And in Vermont, where 17 delegates are available. Again, not big states for Republican primaries, but it is, again, it's so small. if you continue to lose bad in those small states like Haley has done in Idaho and North Dakota, and in Idaho, North Dakota, if like those can add up as well. But Trump is favored to win the two big ones tonight, which is Texas and California. That will probably more than triple his delegate count. That'll triple his delegate, at least triple his delegate count. So right here, we're just waiting on polls to close. One of Biden's best performances today was in Iowa, where again they had their mail-in caucus for the Democrats, which was throughout the months of January and February, and it was Biden won that by 87 points. I think it's the second biggest victory of this cycle behind South Carolina. States to watch though in today is Colorado and Minnesota for the Democrats. They had uncommitted that they just have uncommitted votes, basic decision basically. So that's what we're really looking at in the Democratic race. I got a ton of tabs open, so bear with me, guys. So if I don't, so bear with me, guys. If I get if I'm behind a little bit, that's because I have several tabs open. So you guys, yes, I'm that dedicated. So I will be streaming for as long as it takes, honestly, because we got several close races today. We got North Carolina governor's race, we got California, we got a ton of races that I'm anticipating going into midnight 1 a.m. if needs to be. The latest I have streamed on this channel was 12:30 a.m. back in 22. So yeah. We have a bunch of results coming in very quickly, very soon. So New Hampshire, I streamed New Hampshire twice. So 2022 we were not really advanced for 2022. Like over the past few election cycles, I have gone a little bit more advanced with the streaming. Back in 2020, I only had my phone and my laptop with graphics. And then in 22, I just had this right here, which was basically New York Times. And now I have graphics. I have delegate track. This is my most advanced stream yet. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I'm sorry if you guys are getting bored because we don't have any results in for another 5-6 minutes. So that's the deal here. Results will come in about 5 minutes. The biggest states where we are watching right now is the state of Virginia, state of Vermont, which is where Nikki Haley really campaigned a bit. Again, she really needs to win more of these states, which is not likely to do so. We are waiting for 7 o'clock Eastern, where the results in Virginia, Vermont close. Again, I'm just waiting on the results. So I'm gonna go over to Virginia. All right, so you're now looking at the Virginia result, the Virginia page. So I think the biggest where you need to watch is up here, Washington D.C. You also need to watch here, Richmond. You also right here, Charlottesville area. That's in their big area, and down here in Norfolk, Virginia Beach. Those are your really big areas there in Virginia. Nikki Haley needs to do well in those areas to kind of best Trump in the state. She won Washington D.C., but I don't. But she needs to do well. Washington D.C. suburbs in Virginia. She needs to do well in Virginia Beach, in Richmond, and she needs to do very good in Charlottesville. That's probably her path in Virginia. We got about 3.5 minutes until we get. Oh, it says right now 3 minutes until polls close. Let's look at Vermont. Let's take a look at Vermont. All right, so in Vermont, again, the good news for Haley, she's endorsed by the very popular Governor Phil Scott. Let's look at where she needs to do well. And yeah, she needs to do around Montpelier, Burlington, and down. Like she needs to do well in these areas. She basically needs to do well everywhere here in Vermont. So Vermont and Virginia are the biggest. Is Nikki Haley's best opportunities to start the night. He also has been campaigning in Maine and Massachusetts, and we'll be covering that when the time comes to cover Maine and Massachusetts. North Carolina will close at 7:30, and I will mostly be covering the governor's race because we have an open governor's race. We also have an open attorney general's race where we have. I don't think it's as competitive as the governor's race, but we'll wait and see. We have 2 congressional races in Alabama that's very competitive, and then we obviously have Texas and California with their Senate races. California is definitely a big watch zone for. We're getting close to the poll closings in Virginia and Vermont. Super Tuesday is about to get underway here. We got about a minute until first polls close on Super Tuesday. All right, polls are about to close. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're underway here. Super Tuesday. We have Polls have just closed, and we have some projects. Polls have just closed. We should be getting some calls soon, folks. How soon, I do not know. So polls have closed, we're live, and we're waiting for the first results. I don't know which state will come in first out between Vermont and Virginia. All right, we got. I'm gonna reload the full. Polls have closed in Virginia and Vermont. We should be getting our first results very, very soon. All right, so we are about to have our first results coming in. I don't know where it's going to come in out of Vermont or Virginia. North Carolina is about to close very soon as well. We got about 20 minutes until North Carolina closes. We are waiting on our first results. We have no results out of either race. Either Republicans nor Democrats, we don't have any results here. I thought we were going to get some calls for Biden to start off the night, but it doesn't seem like we got any calls or anything for Biden, right? Or Trump or Haley at this point. Virginia and Vermont will not have their down-ballot races. Vermont is going to have theirs on the final primary night of the season, which I will be streaming, and we will not. Virginia's down-ballot primaries is going to be, I think, in May, I believe. May. Yeah, I think it's going to be in May when Virginia has their primaries. So we're waiting on the first results. We have our delegate counter. We have our delegate counter for my channel. We have the delegate counter from the New York Times. We got so right now looks like we have We've been live for 30 minutes. Thank you everyone for joining us. We're waiting on Virginia in Vermont to say results. There's yet to be anything from. Oh, we got our first results. Here we go. First results in Virginia. It is Madison County. Trump leads 73-25, with DeSantis getting 2%. A percent. It's very early now. Chris Christie also gets 2 votes. So the needle says it's going to be between Trump plus 22 to Trump plus 52 to Haley plus 12. We have nothing from Vermont as of yet. Nothing from Vermont. Nothing from Vermont yet. But right now here in Virginia, we got our first results. Again, 73-25 for Trump. Good showing so far. Very early here. But it's very, very, very early. Trump leads 75-22. 73-25. And we got more results. More results. And results coming in very fast here. You're getting very fast results here. This is Buckingham County, Trump 78, Haley 19, Chris Christie getting 2%. Chris Christie is in third place here in the Virginia Republican primary. Again, these are very Trump supportive areas. We have yet to get anything. We probably won't get anything from Washington D.C. for a bit. Again, the New York Times Neil says that it is expected between Trump plus 52 points to Haley plus 12. So yeah, that is something. We got our very early results here as we are live right now. We have nothing from Vermont yet. So here we go. Coming in from Cali is Dante, my partner Dante from California. He's been joining. This is his third year joining us in the primary coverage. Welcome, Dante.
Hello, good to be here.
First, we got more results. More results. Russell County, it is 95-5 for Trump, and we got. So, what is the path to victory for Nikki Haley here in Virginia?
Well, certainly based off the results we got in Washington D.C. on Saturday, it would be winning big in the suburban areas in Fairfax, London, Loudoun, in the more urban areas of the state that are more likely to have more moderate Republican voters or maybe even Democratic voters who are willing to cross over. I don't happen to know if Virginia has an open primary or not, but certainly that's the path to victory for. So early on here, we really only have pretty rural counties. So certainly a positive margin to start for Trump, but not too indicative. These are the areas where that race is going to be decided, what the margin finally is, or if Haley can spring some type of upset here.
Yep, and then in Vermont, what is Haley's path to victory in Vermont, really?
It's hard to tell. Vermont is a pretty unique state, so it's not exactly clear what it would end up looking like. But obviously, this is a state where in 2020, even where 2020, Bill Weld received double-digit percentage of the vote in his, quintoxic bid to Trump. So certainly a state that we're watching there. And It has already been projected that Joe Biden has won the Virginia Democratic primary without much trouble at all.
It gives them, it's 95-3 right now in Virginia. This might be actually his best showing of, again, for one of his better showings. Earlier in Iowa, he got 91%. Right now, he's at 95%. So pretty early, yeah, but it is but our only real endpoints of interest in today's Democratic primaries is Colorado and Minnesota. They have uncommitted voters and on the ballot again, so we gotta watch that since the big margin, since uncommitted got about 13% in Michigan a week ago. So, what's some of our big down ballot primaries we're watching today?
Well, early on, the first down ballot, the first state to close down ballot will be North Carolina. We'll be watching, obviously, outside of the presidential primaries, the race for governor. Josh Stein is expected to win the Democratic nomination, while Mark Robinson is expected to win the Republican nomination. There are also several House seats that will be worth paying attention to, perhaps most notably NCO1, which is the state's sole competitive House seat, the Republican primary to challenge freshman Congressman Don Davis, a Democrat.
Seems like the map is broken here in I gotta reload this. Oh, we got results coming in now. We have results in North Virginia.
Loudoun County, and Trump only ahead by 2.
All right, so right now we got the needle here. It says Trump plus 22 is the estimated, and they say it could be either from Haley plus 12 to Trump plus 52. And Nikki Haley's looking like she's doing pretty well here in those cities. In Harrisonburg, Haley is getting 60% over here. Fredericksburg, Haley is doing okay. And down here in Norfolk, it is 68-30, with Vivek getting third place here. So it's not looking good to start here for Haley. The big one, Loudon, only 2-point lead for Trump. So this is where the primary is going to really be decided right here. We have nothing from Vermont yet. Do you know how long it takes for Vermont to count?
No.
Marianne Williamson is in second place in Virginia Democratic primary. Alrighty, so here we go. Vermont, nothing in here Oh, we got results in Vermont. We got results in Vermont. We got results in Vermont. All right.
Early Trump lead, but a very small random county. I don't know how to extrapolate from that.
Wolcott. It's a 12-point victory for Trump here. And the needle is looking very good for Haley to start off this race. It's Haley plus 23 to Trump plus 40.
Yeah, certainly if there was a one state it felt like Haley could win today, it was Vermont.
She's
I think the polling
also
average was Trump plus 2. Oh,
in
hey, Sank Uyghur. Sank's on the ballot
which state?
in Vermont in the Democratic primary.
Nice.
He said he was going to. He did predict he would win Vermont, for the record.
It is Marianne in second once again. Biden doing very well. Biden's margins are very big to start off today's race, today's elections. Biden plus 88, plus 87, and plus 87. So not bad to start Super Tuesday for Biden. He's going to get a ton of delegates. Already getting a ton of delegates. All right, back to Virginia we go. We have so where Haley's biggest concentration of votes are coming in from is up here, Loudoun County, only a 2-point lead for former President Trump. And then on the other big share of votes for Haley is down here in Norfolk, where Haley is doing more. Trump is beating Haley 7-3, basically. And Haley is actually winning Harrisonburg. So take that with a grain of salt. Take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I mean, I see little to suggest that Haley has a shot at winning Virginia, but perhaps she can
get some decent amount of delegates from here.
Maybe crack 40% statewide.
And here we go. So and we get more results in Vermont. And this time it is Bennington, 57-38 for Trump. Okay, so Haley said that this is Nikki Haley's big stand here, Super Tuesday. But it's not looking good. It's not a good start for Haley so far today's race. Since North Carolina closes in about 12 minutes. What's more competitive, the governor or attorney general? Is the governor more competitive or is the attorney general more competitive?
As far as the primary goes?
Yeah.
I think the attorney general.
All right, I got the governor race out, so I'll try to change that to attorney general. Congressman Dan Bishop is uncontested, so he's the nominee there. Oh, Haley has taken a narrow lead here. It is in Fredericksburg, 51%. I'm not seeing real good. And we got some. All right, so here we go. Haley has claimed the town of Elmore. She has 57-39. And up here, Highgate, Trump has a 69-28 lead. All these little towns, except for Bennington, are already almost fully in. So the needle right now has Haley best is 23. Trump's best 40. That's the lead. 2% in here in Vermont. We have no idea where though. Oh, Vermont, 83% lead for Biden. Marianne has cracked 5% there. So we're looking here at the Virginia primary. They say it's 4% in here. 4% in here in Virginia, and it is not looking good so far. It's not looking good for Haley. So
Yeah,
we're
no,
gonna.
she has no shot at winning the state.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Haley.
It's really an attempt to close the margin down as low as possible right now.
She is winning up here in Arlington. That's decent lead. Alexandra again another good lead here. She is winning Suffolk County. Trump is not even in the top 3 in Suffolk County. Somehow Vivek is getting more votes there than Trump. Richmond, the capital. Trump is destroying Haley there. Yeah,
What about this one county in Virginia where Dean Phillips is on the march?
Oh my God, Dean Phillips.
The
I'm surprised he hasn't
primary
dropped
has
out
been
yet.
called for Joe Biden.
Vermont has been called to Biden.
Yes.
All right, so that's another race called for Joe Biden. He has swept so far.
Senks, after predicting he would win the state, Senk has finished in last place with 4 votes.
Virginia, Biden's lead is 91-6. And then in Vermont, Biden, it's 88-5. I'm assuming Dean Phillips' best state is probably going to be the state of Minnesota. 6% now in here. And yeah, this is looking terrible for Haley here. The New York, she is running the city of Roanoke right now. Trump has taken the lead in Suffolk County. I think that was just a little mix up there between the Vivek votes and the Trump vote there. Virginia Beach, oof. Yeah, this is looking very bad for Haley. It's estimated Trump plus 53. Haley, this might be getting called very soon because the needle is starting to shift farther and farther away from Haley. So far, this is what we got. And now we're into the stream. We got Haley. We got more results in Virginia. Let me reload this right quick. So more votes. Yeah, this is looking terrible for Trump. For Haley. I might go ahead and get rid of New York Times for the presidential race and just do NBC and have the down-ballot races with New York Times. I think that's what I'm going to do. But I don't know.
Trump leads by almost 30 points in Virginia.
Yeah, 9% in. Haley does have some leads in big cities, but there's literally small votes in those big cities because most of those big cities are voting in the Democratic primary right now. So right here, right now, we got 10% now in crap. I closed the. Never mind. Yeesh. I didn't mean to close that. All right. Yeesh. I did not mean to close the tab. All right. Hold on, guys. Give me like a second. There we go. It's back. All right. 8. No, wait. That's 10% in. Sorry. This is getting very. This is about to be called. I have a feeling this is about to get called. Because this is just destruction right now. This is just destruction right now here in Virginia.
Marianne has like 8% of the vote in the Democratic Virginia primary.
Yeah.
And
we got a call. We got a projection. Trump wins Virginia. Trump has won Virginia, and that was fast.
Yeah, not great.
Trump has won Virginia, his first win of the night, and it is only 7:27 p.m. And we do not know how many delegates Trump will get out of this to start off the night.
I'll have to wait a little bit to see what Fairfax will determine really what the final margin is.
So yeah, that's not a good start for Haley tonight. She wanted to compete in Virginia, and Trump is just demolishing her right now in Virginia. So this is not a good start for Nikki Haley. Again, this hasn't really been a good season for Nikki Haley all year. Trump has just been dominating her, even in the small states, North Dakota, Idaho, and Missouri. Trump has been demolishing the competition, which a lot of people are calling for Haley to drop out. Haley wants to stay in through Super Tuesday. Today is Super Tuesday, and it looks like that this may be the last stand for Haley. She is probably relying on the winning Vermont right now, probably. But it doesn't really matter. Haley just lost Virginia, one of the big states that she was hoping to be competitive in. Now let's move on to Vermont. Right now, 2% in. And Trump wins Virginia. The reason why we got a call in Virginia was because the New York Times Needle had gotten Haley. There was no shot at winning for Haley in Virginia, so that's why they have already called it. We are about a minute or so away from the polls closing in the state of North Carolina, which has the competitive attorney general primary for the Democrats. We'll also be paying attention on the Vermont primary here to see if Nikki Haley can win here. Again, the expected margin here is Trump plus 6.1. We have about 45 seconds until the polls close there in North Carolina. And the polls are now closed in North Carolina. All right, polls have closed in North Carolina, and we have Polls have closed in North Carolina. All right, so let's just get an update here on the results here in Vermont. Haley doing pretty well. Haley's getting some decent amount of votes, but Trump is winning big in these rural areas. The governor of Vermont endorsed Nikki Haley. Again, Haley's doing pretty strong here to start off the state of Vermont, but we don't think, I don't know how good she can do here.
Well, for the first time in
And
this primary cycle, we've had a polling error. We seem to have had a polling error in favor of Trump.
in what
So far,
state?
he's been underperforming as in Virginia, and so far he's underperforming his polls.
So he underperformed his polls in Virginia?
He's overperforming.
Oh.
The error was in his favor.
Reported margin is him plus 30. We got a huge jump of votes.
I believe they just moved it to plus 37. The polling average I saw had him up 10.
Yeah. He's ahead by 51,000 votes in Virginia right now. Right now, the Vermont, the needle is predicting a narrow Trump victory here in Vermont. All right, we also have the North Carolina primary in the Attorney General's race.
I mean, technically,
Polls in North Carolina.
Biden's unopposed.
Biden's unopposed in North Carolina.
I mean, I think there's a no preference thing, but
yeah, there's a no preference.
Functionally, there's no other candidate.
Yeah, there's the only other thing was a freaking one of those uncommitted things.
You may as well, that one may as well just be called. Hey, yeah. Marianne is not doing bad at all in Virginia. In Loudoun County, she has 16% of the vote.
Yeah, this is Dean Phillips getting outperformed by freaking Marianne. The reported margin in Virginia right now is Trump plus 31 points. Yeesh. Like I was telling the other viewers earlier, I think Vermont and Virginia has their primaries for the down ballot very far down the calendar.
I believe Virginia is June, and then Vermont is sometime in.
I thought it was like the final primary day of the year in September.
Yeah, Vermont might be in August, actually. You're free to check. Vermont might be in August.
We just got another update in Vermont. It was a small update. It doesn't move the needle a bunch. And there we go. We got a big update. Haley got a big boost here. This is not looking too shabby for Nikki Haley right now. Not looking too shabby for Nikki Haley right now. She's performing pretty well against Trump here.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a moderate state when Ryan Binkley is out polling Vivek Ramaswamy. And if you look at the show more,
Vivek is in like 4th in Virginia right now, I believe.
It depends on the state. The candidates have dropped out. There's only 2 Republicans running a significant campaign for the nomination anymore.
Yeah, Trump and Haley, and Yeah, Vivek is in fourth in Virginia, but again, earlier it showed Vivek in second in the county, but I think that was just an error or
I don't know who the
something.
hell this David Stuckenberg guy is who's on a bunch of ballots, but he doesn't have a picture next to his name, so I don't have to talk about him.
Yeah. Oh, whoa! Look at the needle in Vermont.
Also, I don't think Virginia actually has 48 Republican delegates. I think some of those are unpledged. I don't know why the New York Times combined them, but hopefully we'll find out how they're voting tonight.
Oh my God! Look at the needle in Vermont.
Let me go look. Yeah,
Haley
it's
is.
a complete split. Unfortunately, the bad news for Haley is Vermont is like 17 delegates.
Yeah, that's bad news.
She really needed to win and get somewhere closer in Virginia to actually get a significant number of delegates.
Yeah, but at this point, any delegates matters right now.
Okay, Senk is starting to surge a bit. He's up to 27 votes. It's not over.
It's not Jover until it's Jover, boys.
Senk does have a picture, so the New York Times does consider him a major candidate.
Marianne is at 8% in Virginia.
Yeah, no clue what's going on. She's winning a county, albeit that also might be an error.
Nikki Haley just took the lead in Vermont.
Oh, what came in?
I don't know what just came in, but Nikki Haley now has the lead in Vermont.
Look around here. I don't think anything big came in. I think just a bunch of pro Haley places actually. I guess Thetford contributed, but a bit to that margin.
And look at the needle. It's now a dead even race, the needle says in Vermont. Dead even race in Vermont right now, which is pretty interesting. But again, she has the endorsement of the very popular governor of Vermont, who is a Republican. Somehow he's been elected and reelected 4 times. I think he got like 70% in 2020, which is insane. And the needle is now favoring Haley. Yeah, I think this is what came in. Lewiston. Haley crushed Trump there.
Yeah, it's close to Burlington. Huh? Al Gore will keep his record as the only non-incumbent to ever win every presidential primary contest, I suppose. Now he would have regardless because of Washington D.C., but still.
North Carolina is coming in, and oh whoa, Trump only leads by 1.2% in North Carolina. The estimated
Haley is
margin
just
there
breaking
is
all the cities.
Trump is
I'm wondering if
53.
this is early vote though, which would not be great for Haley then.
Yeah. But in North Carolina Attorney General's race, Jeff Jackson. This is what we got so far in the North Carolina Attorney General's race.
About 8% for no preference against Biden in North Carolina.
And this is what we got so far. We have Jeff Jackson, 61 to 32 right now. Dan Bishop is the nominee for the Republicans.
In the governor race, Josh Stein has a massive lead over Michael Morgan. Mark Robinson might not get that much over 50% of the vote, but you got to remember that, he's down to 39. But you got to remember that in North Carolina, to avoid a runoff, you just need more than 30%.
Yeah.
Although it looks like it's going to be a three-way race here. Dale Fell.
Our next big poll closings is 8 o'clock.
It's kind of close. I mean, Dale Falwell is only 3 behind, but Bill Graham endorsed by Tom Tillis, a little further behind than the other two.
We have yet to get any delegate numbers from Virginia.
They've called the Democratic primary in North Carolina for Joe Biden.
Uncommitted has 8% so far in North Carolina. Could uncommitted get a delegate or two in North Carolina? Uncommitted has 8% in North Carolina right now for the Democrats. I'm pretty interested. Could Marianne get a delegate in Virginia?
She might need over 10%.
Right now, she's at 8. Texas closes. A lot of states close at 8 o'clock. We got Tennessee, Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Texas closing at 8. That's a ton of delegates.
All right, let's check out the House races. In NCO 6, the primary to replace, Kathy Manning doesn't even live in the district anymore after gerrymandering, but well, this one was expected to basically be a 6-way race. I mean, there's 6 candidates running. Former Congressman Mark Walker with the early lead, albeit very little in. Bo Hines in second. No one has over 30%. Addison McDowell, who was endorsed by Trump, is in last place early on.
I think 30% lead for Trump right now in Virginia.
In the race to replace Dan Bishop, currently Mark Harris is not. Currently, John Bradford, state representative, has over 30%. Mark Harris in second. We did discuss kind of the Mark Harris situation going on, but for people who are not aware, he was the Republican nominee in this district when it was much more competitive back in 2018. He narrowly won, but that was ultimately never certified after one of his campaign officials was arrested for committing fraud. This is a much redder district, so...
Yeah, that election... Yeah, in that district was basically... Many Democrats claimed that that election was stolen. Which technically, was it?
I mean, it's hard to know if that actually made a difference, but certainly it was a competitive race where there was fraud by the Republican candidate, yeah. So... Now let's check out Patrick McHenry's old district, NC09. No results in. Well, wait, where's Patrick McHenry?
Oh, you should be. This is interesting. Haley is leading Fairfax by almost 20 points.
Yeah, that's one of the places where she needs to succeed. There. Let's see 13. Nikki. Well, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 candidates in what used to be Wiley Nichols district and is now but gerrymandered. Needless to say, no one's going to get over 30% here. This is going to be in a runoff. And yeah, it's still very early here in North Carolina. And
All right, so
14,
let's go over the presidential race in Alabama, Tennessee. In Tennessee, I don't think there's any other Democrat on there except for uncommitted. And in Alabama, Dean Phillips is on the ballot. Oklahoma, Dean Phillips, Marianne's on the ballot. Texas, Dean Phillips, Marianne Williamson, Sank is on the ballot. That's all 8 o'clock. Maine, obviously, Dean Phillips, Marianne on the ballot, so as well as Massachusetts. So the biggest poll closing of the night is going to be at 8 o'clock, which is in about 13 so minutes, and Dante left. Okay. So right here in the state of Vermont, we're going to go back to Vermont. Nikki Haley leads 50 to 46. This is expected to be a very close race to finish, and there we go. It's now a very close race. About 100, less than 100 votes. This is expected to be even. They have it even right now. Trump is the narrow favorite here in Vermont. We're about an hour into the stream. So far, we have yet to get any delegates awarded in Virginia. North Carolina, we have Trump leading by 6. And we just got another vote drop into Vermont, where they now feel that Trump is favored now in Virginia. Vermont, sorry. Hold on, let me reload this. Now 11% in Vermont. Right now, this is very big. Night for primaries. We do not know how many delegates either candidate will be getting right now. Right now, we are waiting for more results in North Carolina. Right now, Jeff Jackson leads. Let me just share the tab. Here we go. Right now, this is the Attorney General race. Jeff Jackson, Santana DeBerry is a very. Jeff Jackson has a very big lead as of right now. Polls are going to close in about 10 minutes, and that will be our biggest poll closing of the night. We got 2 big congressional races in Alabama, where it's going to be. We got an incumbent on incumbent race in Alabama 1, and then we have an all new congressional district, Alabama 2, which has been drawn to comply with a Supreme Court order. So that is going to be our 2 big races in Alabama. If you guys would like to stick around, we will be live until probably 11:30, which would take us past California. So yeah, if you guys would like that, please continue to watch our stream. That'll be California will be another big state where we got big results there. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty, I am back here right now. We're going back to Vermont Republican primary, and it is President Trump who has taken back the lead in this state. We got Haley's doing very well here though. So the needle says it's even. This one might take a while to call. If we got Maine and Massachusetts closing at the top of the hour, as well as 2 Alabama races, Texas plus Texas Senate race, and a ton of congressional races in Texas. On top of the hour, I will probably change my presidential election coverage to NBC, and I'll keep New York Times for the president congressional races. Again, this is the biggest primary night of the 2024 election cycle. We have a big night for. We have several elections tonight. We have 15 states, upwards of 15, 16 states voting, which also culminates in California, which will be top 2 system. They also have a special election primary going on with the same big 4. So it is going to be very interesting to see how the special election and the normal election in California will shape up. It'll probably be the same margin a little bit. Again, the special election will be served from November to January, and the primary so far is to be served from January for 6 years starting in January. Alrighty, so we got 5 minutes until polls, 6-7 minutes until polls close in Alabama, and in Massachusetts, Maine. So what we got so far? So what do we have so far? That what does Nikki Haley need to do in Massachusetts and Maine?
Well, polls do have her drawing pretty close in Massachusetts, so just do better than she did in Virginia, basically.
Right now, she's doing dead even right now with Trump in Vermont. And again, we have yet to have a candidate that it wasn't. The last time there was a non-incumbent candidate sweeping the primaries was Al Gore in 2000.
Well, Trump hasn't swept the primary. He lost Washington, D.C.
Yeah, Trump will not sweep the primary. He lost D.C. He's currently in a neck-and-neck race in Vermont, where yeah. So Haley's doing very well everywhere in Vermont. But to be fair, so is Trump. So North Carolina, Trump has taken a 40-point lead. I don't think we've got any delegate updates yet.
Well, at this point, I'm just waiting. It looks like they're starting to assign the ones to Biden from Virginia, but I'm mostly just waiting till numbers go final. Reminder that when we show them, we are doing a hard delegate count, so only stuff that has been formally allocated. As a result, I am not counting the results from the Missouri caucus because those are not formally allocated to Trump and will not be until May. I believe the New York Times has already gone ahead and added them. That's totally fair. That would be called a soft delegate count, and that is just as accurate. But I think the RNC will be following the hard delegate count, so that's how I will be doing it. Of course, it doesn't particularly matter because if Haley drops out tonight, Trump will be the presumptive nominee regardless of how many delegates he has.
And Biden should be close to becoming the presumptive nominee, even though he should always be the presumptive nominee because of
he
how.
basically is. Although the Democrats have way more delegates, that's why it usually takes them a little longer. Trump, in theory, on a very good night, could clinch like the number of delegates by next week.
Both Trump and Biden could clinch next week. That's why we will be streaming next week. Well, that's why I'll be streaming. I don't know if you'll be joining us next week, but we will be streaming in 2 weeks for down-ballot races on Super Tuesday 3, which will be only down-ballot races because we should be the primary should be wrapped up by then. We have yet to see our New York Times allocate delegates here in the Republican primary. All right, so let's go over some of these congressional primaries in North Carolina. I'm going to go from first to sixth. In the first, Don Davis wins renomination. He was unopposed. There's no results yet in the Republican primary. In the 6th district, Mark Walker, the former congressman for this district, is leading by 8. In North Carolina 8, this is Dan Bishop's seat. The Democrat won unopposed. Bradford leads by 10. In North Carolina 13, this is the Old Nichols seat. Dolly has a 14-point lead, and the Democrat was unopposed. In North Carolina 14, this is Jeff Jackson Moore has a 41-point lead where the Dems have nothing yet. So that is all the North Carolina seats that they have listed here on the main Super Tuesday page.
I'm also watching number 10, which is Patrick McHenry's seat.
So far here in Vermont, we have a 2-point lead for Trump. Again, we should have this is a dead even race. Trump is, the expected margin is Trump plus 26 to Haley plus 23. That's how close this race is right now in Vermont, even though it is going to be, oh, whoa, Jeff Jackson has fallen under 50%.
There were some polls that had this race relatively close.
I think Jackson ultimately will win this race, but it is worth noting that the Barry is doing well in counties that are not the metropolitan areas. But I think just because of Jackson doing very well in Charlotte and Raleigh, I think he'll probably get the nomination here in Greensboro too. But it's going to be, and we have poll close in 8 o'clock poll closings. We got multiple states have just closed their polls. So,
including Alabama and Texas.
And we just got our first 15 delegates were awarded by the RNC in Virginia, I believe it is. 15 delegates have been awarded to former President Trump in Virginia.
There's going to be more where that came from. Haley should get a few. I just don't know how many.
Yeah, Trump has got awarded 15 delegates. There's 48 up for grabs in Virginia. Trump has gotten 15 so far awarded.
I will note
I think 15 is for the
they don't have
state
this on
winner.
Here, 45 pledged delegates. So I don't know what the other three
Right.
might just come from whatever.
Trump is expanding his lead in Vermont right now, as you can see. It's 50-46.
Oh, here comes Oklahoma. And Chris
And
Christie
what do we
is
have
taking
results?
the lead in Oklahoma. Let's fucking go.
Chris Christie. Chris Christie leads in Oklahoma. That's probably a freaking miscount, right? What the hell? Look at the Democratic side.
They just accidentally counted all his votes first and no one else's. There's fucking David Stuckenberg again. What the fuck?
Who is this dude? Texas coming in. Donald J. Trump has a 50-point lead in Texas.
See, we needed Dean Phillips versus Chris Christie.
Dean Phillips leads Armando Perez Serrano in Oklahoma. What is going on?
And there's Sank got on the ballot in Oklahoma.
Biden leads 97-3 in Alabama. You know what? I'm going to change to NBC for presidential coverage here, just so I don't have as many tabs. All right. Whoa. Alrighty, we got results. I'm gonna move over to the NBC. All right, here we go. That should fix up so I don't have too many tabs. So we got polls have closed here. All right, so welcome to Vermont. All right. 13% in here in Vermont. Trump leads by 8 right now. This is what's like in the Democratic race. Alrighty. Oh my God, they just awarded Trump 39 delegates in Virginia.
Jeez.
They awarded Trump 39 delegates in Virginia.
Hillary's going to end up with like 4.
Trump has 32 delegates now in North Carolina. All right, we got Massachusetts in. All right, let's take a look at Massachusetts to start off. Here, Nikki Haley takes a very early lead here in Massachusetts. Too early to call here. What did I say? How many delegates were awarded in Virginia to Trump? 39.
I think he said like 32 or something.
I'll check it later, but right now, this is what we got from Massachusetts. Nikki Haley leads 49 to 45. But Norton, 27% in. Haley, again, that's where we got all the votes in right now in here in Massachusetts. So Robinson has been declared the winner in the governor's race.
As is Josh Stein.
Josh Stein calling all it as a huge lead. So has Ted Cruz.
It looks like, well, Stein's going to finish with a bigger lead, but both should finish comfortably ahead of 50% based on these early results.
So Trump has 39 in Virginia, 32 in North Carolina.
I'll add them all up when they're all officially in and tell you what my tracker has. I'm also tracking unpledged delegates. We'll see how many of those we get reported, if any.
39 plus 32. 32 and 73 is 105.
Still very little in North Carolina from Mecklenburg, which should make the difference for guys like Jeff Jackson.
32 plus 39 is... Hold on. 32 plus 73 is 105. 140.
Pull a calculator.
344 is right now the updated delegate count for Trump, roughly.
I don't know why it took the AP longer to call up the Democratic primary than the Republican primary in NC Gov.
In what state?
In North Carolina Gov.
So right now the updated delegates is 344 for Trump, 43 for Haley. because of Trump's big lead in Virginia and North Carolina. That's why we got Trump getting. Trump added about 73 delegates for Trump. No, 71 delegates for Trump added so far tonight. Not good for Haley. I do think Haley will probably get some delegates in Virginia and in North Carolina, but how much we don't know. Are they winner take all? Is North Carolina winner take all?
I don't know.
Oh my God! Trump has a huge lead in Maine.
We have had a shift in the North Carolina 8 Republican primary. It's now Alan Bockham, the former Union County Commissioner, in the lead. He has 31.7% to Mark Harris's 30%. Remember, someone needs to get over 30% to avoid a runoff. John Radford, who I mentioned earlier was in the lead, has about 20%. So a three-way race here with 10% in.
I don't think I've got it right.
State Rep Ray Mills is crushing Pat Harrigan and NC10 to succeed Patrick Henry, which would be a pretty big power flex for Tim Moore, who's also easily winning his own primary. But he endorsed Mills, who was at a significant financial disadvantage, and Harrigan had been endorsed by Mark Robinson. And they've called NC14 for the Republican primary for State House Speaker Tim Moore. So he will be in Congress come January because this district has been gerrymandered. It will be this Republican primary was functionally the general election, so Tim Moore will be in Congress come January.
Yeah, I don't know how my number and NBC's number is not looking good. Well, they have 347 and NBC has 347. I got 344 for my delegate tracker. I think they gave all the Virgin Island delegates to.
Yeah, he has them all. I told you this earlier. He has the unpledged.
I didn't award. All right, well, so should I add them? Because
because he has them.
All right.
Sometimes unpledged don't come out for a while, but no. Trump has been declared the winner in Tennessee.
And there we go. 347 for Trump. Added it up. Trump has been declared the winner in Tennessee. Trump has also just been declared the winner in Oklahoma. NBC has called Oklahoma for Trump, but not Tennessee. Let's move on to Alabama's first. I don't think we got any results in here.
No, but we do in the second. We do on the 2nd.
Again, we're watching Barry Moore and Jerry Carl. What?
We do have results in the 2nd district.
All right, let's look at this. Here we go. This is the 2nd district of Alabama. Nothing in the Democratic primary. I don't see anything from here on the New York Times. Oh, never mind. We just got it. Butler County, Somali Figures leads. And then Dick Brubaker leads. I have some questions about some of those last names. So yeah, this is looking. I get the most competitive primary in Alabama congressionally is the 1st, which is Jerry Carl and Barry Moore, 2 incumbents. Because both Republicans reside in the 1st district, both are running in the 1st, so that's why we have an incumbent primary there. Let's first off look at the Texas Senate primary. All right, so Texas Senate primary, here we go. 3% of the vote is in both areas, so let's take a look. So right now, Texas Democratic, Randall County, 44% in. Colin Allred leads 55-18. Up here, Denton County, Colin Allred with 84-5. And we just got more votes. And then in Rockwall County, 81% for Allred. Allred's district is Colin and Dallas. So, and then in Coryell, 66% for Allred. Williamson, 69% for Allred. Lee County, 69% for Allred. Austin County, 74% for Allred. So Allred is doing very well so far. Roland Gutierrez is the state rep for Uvalde. Obviously running on that fame, but yeah.
Well, in the early results, Sheila Jackson Lee has a huge lead in her primary challenge, which was very close in polling against Amanda Edwards.
I don't see anything for Harris County here in the Democratic primary.
Well, I'm looking at the New York Times, and that's what it says.
All right. I don't think they've counted the president. The count. I don't think they got the upper ballots yet. I don't think. All right, for Raphael Edward Cruz, let's go. Randall County, 91% for Cruz. King County, 98% for Cruz. Cruz leads Denton County, 88-7. Rockwall, 87-8. Kaufman, 90-5. Cherokee, 93-5. Leon, 93-4. And Williamson, 86-8. Cruz, so both Cruz and Allred should win easily here. All right, let's go back to the presidential election. We got Tennessee now officially called for Trump. That's on their state for Trump. He's winning 80-16. In Oklahoma, he's winning 77-20. Let's look at Vermont. Trump leads 50-46. Maine, Trump leads 73-24. Massachusetts, Haley leads 50-44. So that's what we got so far. Delegate wise, Trump has been awarded 28 in Oklahoma. Trump has been awarded 28 and 16 delegates respectively in his new victories. "28 delegates in Oklahoma, 16 in Tennessee." Trump is now approaching 400 delegates. He has 391 delegates in the presidential election. 1215 is needed for a victory for Donald Trump. So that's what we got so far right now. 391 delegates for Trump. That's the delegates that have been awarded so far from the Republican National Committee. Trump is approaching 400. Haley still has yet to earn any tonight in the primaries. We're about to be going on for 2 hours here on Super Tuesday. President Biden and Trump are looking like we'll have another rematch. It'll be the first rematch we've had since 1956. And this is the first rematch between two presidents since 1892, Cleveland and Harrison. So we got some history going. We are about to have a couple of history to get here. 1956 was the last rematch we had. So yeah, that's pretty interesting here. So right now we have former President Trump is marching his way to the nomination. He has 391 delegates. Nikki Haley has 47. She has yet to win any delegates tonight. Trump has a ton of delegates, mostly from Virginia, North Carolina. So yeah, that's what we got so far here in the presidential race. Polls are about to close in Arkansas. We don't have any down ballot primaries there today. Actually, I think we do, but it's not really significant. Vermont, it's very close right now between Haley and Trump. In Maine, Haley's starting to close in a little bit of the gap. And then in Massachusetts, Trump leads narrowly. So yeah, this is going to be Northeast is going to be very close. But the rest, it seems like Trump will have a pretty easy time getting delegates here. We'll be back. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Welcome back, everyone. So polls are about to close in Arkansas. So I'm going to give you some updates to some results here. What we got in Texas, Trump leads 73-21. Winner take all, I believe. In Alabama, Trump leads 88-12. In North Carolina, Trump won 74-22 as of right now. Virginia, Trump wins 65-32, I believe. In Massachusetts, it's a Trump lead of 8. Maine, a Trump lead of 50. In in Vermont, a Haley lead of just 3 votes. All right. So we have Trump is approaching 400 delegates. He has 391. So that's what we got so far. Polls are about to close in Arkansas. In our congressional, so our down ballot races, what we got
Maine
so
has been called
far
for Trump.
in the North Carolina Attorney General is winning basically everywhere in central and eastern North Carolina.
Well, uncommitted has over 9% of the
Central
vote in Massachusetts.
west North Carolina. What?
Uncommitted has over 9% of the vote in Massachusetts.
What? Maine has been called for Trump. Alabama's first. Hold on. Let me. My bad, everyone. My bad. I accidentally reloaded the wrong tab. All right. So Maine has been called for Trump. A big, well, it has yet to be called on the NBC site, but I do believe that Nikki Haley does have a lead in Vermont again, but polls have closed in Arkansas.
They're starting to allocate the delegates from North Carolina.
Yeah, they are already allocated 32 to Trump. Maine is looking very good for Trump. So is Massachusetts. It's a 10-point lead for Trump.
If you'll let me, I'll do an update on the North Carolina House races.
All right.
So in NCO 1, still not enough percentage of the vote in for me to really care yet. In NCO 6, the race to replace Kathy Manning. I'll write up. Race to replace Kathy Manning. It's a pretty close race. Currently, former Green Beret Christian Castelli, who ran for the seat, I think, the year before, in 2022, when it was a safe Democratic district, is in the lead. It's a very close three-way race between him, Addison McDowell, who is a lobbyist backed by Trump, and former Congressman Mark Walker. Bo Hines, who we discussed a bit more earlier, is all the way back in a pretty distant fourth now with only 13%. I guess moving halfway across the state does not endear yourself to your constituents. So, doesn't look like anyone's going to get over 30% here, but that could still change.
Dante's dog is causing a ruckus. All right. Alabama, we're polls have already closed in Maine. Polls have already closed in Maine. We got out in Arkansas, not Maine. That's my apologies. We should be getting projection in Maine very soon. All right, let's go over to the House primary in District 1. This is the congressman versus congressman. This is the only incumbent v. incumbent race today. And probably the entire cycle. And we still have yet to get anything in that race. Ow, motherfucker. And we are approaching 2 hours into the stream. All right. So right now we are waiting on more results. I'm going to take you through what we have so far. In Texas, I'm going to go through the projected winner wins. Trump 8% in here in Oklahoma. He has 81%. Haley has 16. Down to Texas, Trump 73, Haley 21. That will probably be a Trump win at poll closing. Alabama now. We have nothing in Arkansas. Alabama, Trump leads 90-9. Tennessee, Trump leads 80-16. Over to North Carolina, 75-22 for Trump. And Nikki Haley just got awarded some delegates. Virginia, 66-32 for Haley, for Trump. Up here, Vermont, Haley leads by 0.1%. We might not get a call for a while there. In Maine, Trump leads 68-22. Massachusetts, Trump leads 56-38. And that's what we got so far. Colorado, Utah, Minnesota closed at the top of the hour. So Nikki Haley just got awarded 3 delegates from the state of Virginia. Again, Nikki Haley gets awarded 3 delegates in Virginia. Her first delegates of the night. And now I'll bring her up to 46. Haley is up to 46 delegates. Trump is at 391. They are officially claiming Vermont too close to call. It's a 1 vote lead for Trump. A 1 vote lead in Trump in Vermont. That is insane. Oh my God. That's our closest race of the year so far. Alrighty, so right now we got some votes. We're waiting on more votes, and the race is down ballot. We got Arkansas results. Trump leads 76-19. Asa Hutchinson is getting votes. He got 2%, 3% so far in Arkansas. Massachusetts, Trump is gaining. He's almost at 60%. Again, Asa Hutchinson is in third place in Arkansas. Trump leads by 1 vote in Vermont. I've never seen anything more crazier than that. All right. Trump leads by 1 vote in Vermont. All right. In Alabama's 2 congressional races I'm watching, we have... I don't think we'll have anything in Alabama 1, but I might be wrong on that front.
I just lied to someone.
Oh my gosh. All right, we got our first results. 81% of the vote in Alabama's 1st district for Barry Moore over Jerry Carl. And this was Henry County.
Oh, okay.
So, can you give us a little background to this race?
Yeah, so Barrymore represents currently the 2nd district, but in the new maps, he was cut out and moved into the 1st district. That's where he lives now. So he decided to run there against the current Congressman Jerry Carl.
And who's more favored in that district? Because I generally don't know.
I think Carl is considered the favorite.
Right now, he's getting crushed, but that's very early. All right, now let's move on to the Texas Senate race. And their big race for November, but obviously it seems like it is not going to be even competitive, which it seemed like in the primary, but because I live in Texas and I have not seen ads for anyone, which is crazy.
You don't live in a media market, in an actual media market, though.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, Colin Allred is losing in a couple counties. Well, my county's technically Austin area.
A couple southern counties.
All right, let's go. Yeah, Kennedy County. Mark Gonzalez, Roland Gutierrez are getting 2 and 5 votes. Kennedy County is one of, if not the least populous county in the state of Texas. What? Do we got any results in what? All right. I thought Dante that said we got some results in somewhere, but
I did not.
I thought I heard you say something. I'm sorry. In Cameron County, that's Brownsville. Roland Gutierrez leads Colin Allred by 10 points. And again, in Dove Smith County, Gonzalez leads. But here in the populated areas, Dallas County, Allred, that's his district. He's getting 80%. The other part of his district, Collin County, he's getting 81. And Williamson, that's another big county, he's getting 69. And Harris, he's getting 69. Fort Bend, he's getting 65. So in the big medium counties where Democrats usually do well, He's getting over 60%. Ted Cruz, on the other hand, is getting 83 in Dallas. He's getting 89 in Houston. In Williamson County, he's getting 86. Collin County, he's getting 85. Corpus Christi, their swing. This is a swing county. He is getting 89%. So again, 30% in here in the U.S. Senate race for Texas. So what
I'm not
is
surprised.
the most? Go ahead.
I'm not surprised that the places where he's struggling are in the southern. That was an issue for Beto when he ran in the primary too. And I actually want to check Biden in Webb County 65%, and in Cameron County 66%. So there is protest vote. There is votes for not incumbent for the non-leading Democratic candidates from Latino voters, which is obviously going to be a big deal.
Bernie did very well down in the South Texas area 4 years ago. And we got Arkansas projected for Donald Trump. He wins Arkansas. Asa Hunterson is in third place. Asa Mintum. And they immediately awarded 27 delegates in Arkansas to Trump. "27 more delegates go to Donald Trump in Arkansas."
Hey, even Doug Burgum made the ballot.
"27 delegates for Trump in Arkansas." That brings them to 418 delegates. Haley has 46. Her only delegates from today are from Virginia so far.
Mark Harris has taken the lead in North Carolina 8. But he's under 30%.
We have yet to get a call in Alabama. They say it's too early to call in Alabama for. Earlier in the night, Trump and Haley was practically tied. They had a 1 vote difference at one point during this race in Vermont. Trump just got awarded. Never mind. I thought Trump just got awarded a couple of delegates. Trump is remaining at 418. 1225. Actually, no, 1215 is what is needed for nomination. He's a third of the way there. He's practically a third of the way there.
Well, they're kind of chipping away at Colin Allred's lead. He's down under 70, but I still think he's got to be heavily favored to break 50% and avoid a runoff.
Yeah, Uvalde County, Roland Gutierrez is crushing Alla there, but obviously that is Gutierrez's hometown, Uvalde. Again, he came to stardom after the response to the shooting there back in 22.
Let's take a look at Texas House districts. Looks like no issues for Keith Self. I highlighted maybe it could be interesting in a primary, but he's got 75% of the vote. Texas 07. Lizzie Fletcher leads 73-27. Again, I highlighted, there's some interest in this primary, although it was overshadowed pretty early on by sexual harassment allegations against her progressive opponent. Texas 12. Looks like Craig Goldman has a pretty significant lead over John O'Shea. I mentioned this one as kind of a praxi where Craig Goldman had voted for the effort to impeach Ken Paxton. In revenge, Paxton endorsed John O'Shea. Goldman's got a big lead, but he also is sitting at only 54%. And in Texas, you do need a majority, so we'll keep an eye on there. That's to succeed Kay Granger. Texas 15 looks like, exactly where you'd expect it to be. Michelle Vallejo and Monica De La Cruz will have a runoff. Sheila Jackson Lee continues to hold a big lead, but no new votes have been reported.
Maine has just been projected to go to Donald Trump. Sorry for the interruption.
In Texas 23, Tony Gonzalez, he is at 49.7% early on. Remember, you need 50% to avoid it. It's a pretty right now. Brandon Herrera, the firearms YouTuber, is in second. Brandon Gill looks like he's going to succeed Michael Burgess here. He's at 58% with 73% in. So pretty far ahead of the 50% to avoid a runoff. And the 28 Republican primary to challenge Henry Cuellar. It is Jay Furman. He is a physician. He has the lead right now. Still a lot to come there. And anything else? Let's see. Well, Colin Allred's old seed. Right now, Julie Johnson, a state legislator, has 50.8%. So could see that one dip back into runoff territory. And finally, Texas 34. It looks like Maya Flores is pretty far ahead. She should be fine.
Again, as Dante was reading that, we had a projection. Maine goes to Trump. Maine is a winner take all, so Trump got their 20 delegates. So that brings him up to 438.
I forgot Alabama counts votes as slow as humanly possible.
Again, Trump now at 438. So that is pretty far in the way. Trump could have that monster 9, which could put the nomination on lock potentially for next week. We have poll closings in Colorado and Minnesota in about 9 minutes from now. And then Utah closes at 10, and then 11 is the big boy, California, which is slow as fuck. The count usually takes weeks to get the full results in.
Some really bad results for Biden in southern Texas right now. Dean Phillips is just has not dropped out. He's just posting more self-deprecating tweets.
Dude is getting destroyed in primaries. He's behind Marianne in most of the primaries, and he's still trying to move on.
Doug, he's gonna be behind fucking Stank in some of these races.
Dude needs to drop out. Arkansas just gave delegates to Trump. Trump just got, and Alabama just closed and got projected for Trump too. All right, so the new delegates. Trump got 27 from Arkansas, 29 from Alabama.
Once again, I'll count these all up when it's when the numbers go final.
And there are 29 delegates from Alabama, which puts Trump at 267. 467, sorry. Trump has 10 times the delegates as Nikki Haley right now. I doubt Nikki could even try. I doubt Haley gets over 100 delegates after tonight. The way things
We'll
are going.
find out. Still a lot of delegates to be counted. That's why I haven't added them up yet.
Vermont is going to come down to the wire, it looks like. After California, we'll have an hour until Alaska. After California, it's Alaska at midnight EST. Yeah, this is looking bad in South Texas. Mark Gonzalez and Roland Gutierrez is splitting the votes down there in South Texas. Ted Cruz is getting 81% down there in Webb County. San Antonio just came in 50-32 for Allred.
Do we have any results from Millam County?
Yes, we have results there. We have Allred. We got 45%. The Gutierrez 42, and then in Ted Cruz leads 89-6.
Could be a county that flips this year.
Deep Red, it's 7. He went to Trump by almost 70%.
With 46% in Colorado, Red is down to 65%. So.
Allred is doing very well, all but in the South. Could be bad sign for the fall for Democrats like Cuellar and Vicente Gonzalez down there. But yet again, Biden did very well enough in San Antonio, Houston, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth that he made Trump. Trump won. Texas voted to the left of Ohio and Iowa in 2020. All right, we got Trump is 600,000 votes ahead of Haley in Texas.
Well, right now, every county is for Mark Robinson in North Carolina Gov.
Stein and Robinson. Stein has 71%. So Robinson has 62%. Jeff Jackson has been declared the winner of the primary.
Yeah. Once votes started coming in from Mecklenburg and whatnot, he kind of has pulled away from since then.
Lieutenant Governor for North Carolina, that seems like that may go through a runoff. Is California winner take all for Republicans?
I do not know.
All right, let's take a look at the Alabama districts. So here we go. This is Alabama 1st District, and it's Barry Moore, 69% to 30% for Jerry Carl here in Alabama.
Well, very little in.
Yeah, and then this is what we got in Alabama 2, the new Democratic district. That is going to be, it is 60 to 25 with very little in here.
The Republican primary is kind of a three-way, almost a three-way tie.
It looks like that may go to a runoff.
But again, very little in.
And I think a runoff was in March, in early April, correct?
April 2nd.
It's now 9:00. We got polls closing in North Colorado and Minnesota. And let's go back to the presidential map right here. Trump, all Trump red right now here in this map. We have yet to get any more delegates for Haley. Tennessee just awarded 16 delegates for. I don't think I got the Tennessee one for Trump yet. We're about to, since polls have just closed at 9, that means we may give some projections in Texas very soon.
I'm about to officially declare that Trump will not win Vermont in November. I just don't see it happening.
And there we go. There's Texas going to Donald Trump. Let's see here. How many delegates are... They already award 99 delegates to Trump.
Yeah, there's a little confusion about how many delegates will be awarded out of Texas tonight. Some sources suggest all 161, while some sources are saying that there will only be 114 allocated tonight, and then the rest won't be formally allocated till the convention in late May. Regardless, it should be a big net gain for Trump. Right now,
he just got 99 delegates, so that brings him up to 566.
This is terrible.
Alrighty, so Trump has gained over 200 delegates so far tonight. Haley has only gained 3 delegates. And we just got a projection. Sheila Jackson Lee has won her primary.
Impressive performance for her, considering everything that we had going into today kind of pointed to her being an underdog. Really did seem like her career might be over.
And Massachusetts just gone to Trump as well. That's and it is a 57 to 38 win for Trump so far in Massachusetts. So where is Matt? That's all 40 going to Trump. He's now crossed 600. Trump has won all winner take all. That's 40 delegates for Trump. That puts him at 606. He's just under halfway now to the nomination. I don't think he can clinch it next week, but I think Haley will probably drop out tonight.
Oh yeah, she's getting crushed in Massachusetts. That was one of the states she was supposed to do a bit better in too. But I mean, the Virginia was from the start. Virginia being not as close as it was a bad sign.
And Colorado, Nikki Haley leads in Colorado.
Yeah, that was. Well, actually, no. Wait, I'm thinking of Utah. My bad. That might just be early nonsense.
5% in. She leads in Colorado. Do you think he might actually win it because Trump? Wait, he remained on the ballot all the way through the court cases, right?
Yes, he did.
All right. Let's see what's going on here. Too early to call. Oh, that's the whole city of Denver. It looks like 95% in. Biden is getting 85% in so far. This is in their uncommitted state. Uncommitted's got 7% here. The other uncommitted is Minnesota. So Colorado, Trump, Haley leads Colorado. Haley's at 46.
Colorado counting quick. What do the NBC results show?
Alrighty.
What did the NBC results show in Colorado?
It was just only the city of Denver.
Okay, well, and the New York Times, they have 32% in. It has Trump 58-39. It's better than Massachusetts. What I really want to know is how has the American Samoa caucus voted?
Vermont too close to call. This is the only too close to call state. Trump leads by only 900 votes here. Again, 46% in here. Joe Biden is getting 88% here in Vermont. I don't know how Sank is doing here. Sank has 1%.
swear he said he was going to win. Maybe he'll finish ahead of Mark Greenstein at least.
I know, too close to call in Vermont Republican race. Uncommitted is getting 10% in Massachusetts against Biden. Trump has taken the lead in Colorado. Nothing from Minnesota.
He's been up there for a while. I think NBC News is counting votes slower.
Yeah. Oh, American Samoa just closed, I believe, in the Democratic area. Dean Phillips is losing to Marianne again.
Let's check out what the candidates are saying. Nikki Haley has not posted since the results started coming out. Her last post was 2 hours ago and was just about a list of poll closing times. Stenk's last post was 3 hours ago, and it's a selfie of him voting for himself. Marianne has been retweeting, and Marianne's posting some stuff about how she's still running as kind of like a pro at this point, running a protest campaign, basically. I don't expect her to drop out tonight, regardless of the result, based on what she's putting out here. And Dean Phillips has tweeted the following: "Congratulations to Joe Biden, uncommitted, Marianne Williamson, and Nikki Haley for demonstrating more appeal to Democratic Party loyalists than me." He's not doing. He's depressed.
Dude is. Well, Dean, you can always run for re-election.
I doubt he'd win re-election.
I doubt he wins re-nomination.
Yeah.
We have yet to receive a call in Colorado, which is interesting. Vermont closes in about 50 minutes. Minnesota has yet to be called, has yet to even put out votes. All right. Again, Trump is at 606. Haley at 46. Trump is officially halfway to the nomination.
So the race in NCO1 is getting interesting to challenge Don Davis. Lori Buckhout, who is the preferred leadership candidate of congressional leadership, she's an Army veteran, is now only up a few points, on about 4 points or so on Sandy Smith, who's making her third run for the district. Smith is generally considered the more extreme candidate. Congressional R's have been spending money backing Buckout. Buckout's been leading big in the early returns, but we're over 30% in now, and this is a close race. In NCO6, it continues to be as tight as can be. Addison McDowell, the Trump-endorsed lobbyist, is now in the lead. Christian Castelli, and Mark Walker. It's a three-way race between those two. I don't think anyone's going to reach 30%. So it's really a three-way race to see who gets into the runoff. Bo Hines at this point is pretty far behind. In NCO8, Mark Harris is at 29.4%. He's in first place. He is this close to avoiding a runoff. It looks to be between him and Alan Bacom. John Bradford, after starting out in the lead, has kind of fallen behind, although he does still have 19% of the vote. In Patrick McHenry's seat, it's very close. Pat Harrigan has taken a 2-point lead over State Rep Gray Mills, but it is very close there. However, they're both around 40%, so that is not going to be a runoff. That'll be decided tonight. A race that will in all likelihood be a runoff is North Carolina 13. Right now, Kelly Daughtry has the lead. She is around 25% of the vote. And there are like 3 other candidates who could potentially get to second here. Right now, it's Fred Von Cannon. But right now, she's only got 25%. So I would expect this one to be heading to a runoff as well. There's a North Carolina update.
Ted Cruz has been projected the winner of the Republican primary in Texas Senate race.
So the one race potentially interesting in Arkansas is Steve Womack's district. And right now he leads 58-42 over State Senator Clint Penzo. So far from a blowout, but also not really anything to be too alert on yet.
Colin Allred is at 65% here in the Texas Senate race, ahead of Gutierrez, who South Texas is looking very bad right for Allred. He is,
and for Biden.
Everything south of San Antonio is looking very bad for Allred. Obviously, we have a couple ties. Palmer County. What? There's a 1-1-1 tie here. And then up here, Liscombe County, 4-4-3. All right. Has Trump said anything? Dante, has Trump said anything?
Just thank you, Texas. Thank you, etc.
I think we are done with the presidential race covering today. We will continue to look at Vermont and etc. for this right. It's in Vermont, but that's about it. We will now be going down to the down-ballot races where we have several competitive races, especially in North Carolina.
I will come back and update the presidential race when I have a clear idea of the delegate counts.
Yeah.
And and Trump was just called the winner in Alabama.
They already called him in Alabama a couple minutes ago for NBC. They awarded a lot of delegates. Alabama got 29 to Trump. His delegate count is 606 to 46. He's halfway there as of this moment. We're getting more updates for it's looking already is going to sticking around 60-ish%. Again, the big race is California. So the big race so far tonight is going to be the state of California, which closes in about an hour 40. All right, so this is my first ever actual Super Tuesday stream. Alrighty, so we got some decent results in from the Alabama congressional districts. Let's go to them. The first congressional district is Moore and Carl. Carl and Moore. Moore is leading in the far eastern part of the district, where Baldwin County. That's where Mobile suburbs basically is. Carl's leading there. Still a very big lead so far for Barry Moore, the other incumbent in this race. And then in Alabama 2, it's looking like it is Anthony Daniels and Shamari Figures in a two-way race. I don't think it's looking pretty bad for. It looks pretty likely we go to a runoff for this district. We got about 3% of the vote in here. Again, this is the very Republican district. Very Democratic district that was redrawn to comply with a court order. And yeah. What else we have today? All right. The New York Times has only given 24 delegates to Donald Trump. Yeah, Haley's getting trounced in Massachusetts right now.
I think Dean Phillips has won a county in Oklahoma.
Nikki Haley is doing barely a lot of votes coming in from Vermont. The Needle says it's leaning towards Haley right now in Vermont. All right, so let's get the county look for Congressional 23. Here we go, Congressional 23 in Texas. This is the Tony Gonzalez race. It's looking very, very. He needs to get in. He needs to get about 50% to avoid runoff. He better hope that he's 0.8 away. This would be Brandon Herrera is at 20%, Julie Clark at 14, Frank Lopez at 10, Victor Vela at 6. Already almost all in Sutton, Crane, and Reagan counties. So Crane 44%, Reagan 51, and Sutton 50.
Oh, here we go.
What we got?
Jason Palmer has won the American Samoa Caucus, the Democratic American Samoa Caucus. Congratulations,
Ain't
congratulations to Mr. Palmer.
Ain't no way.
do we count him as a major candidate now?
Ain't no way. He won the
Unless Decision Desk messed up the tweet.
Ain't no way.
Who?
Who was in second?
I don't. This I didn't think they could make it. They could be funnier than the Michael Bloomberg shit. This is funnier.
Tulsi Gabbard has won American Samoa. Wait, Michael Bloomberg won American Samoa, not Tulsi Gabbard. Michael Bloomberg spent all that money just to win American Samoa.
This DDHQ has to be trolling, dog.
Please be true. That's. I swear, it's probably not a troll.
I meant mistake or something.
Imagine if it's actually a troll. If it's not a troll or a mistake, that's gonna be the funniest shit.
It says results provided by the Democratic Party, so maybe the Dem Party in the state messed up.
Not even Dean Phillips. Not even Marianne or Dean. It's freaking. Not even Marianne or Dean. It's freaking. I wonder if it's actually going. If it's actually. Okay, here we go. We got some results coming in from Alabama. We got more results coming in from Alabama, the big districts. All right, so here we go. Alabama's starting to count votes fast. Mobile, Jerry Carl leads 83-17. Baldwin County. Where did my thing go? It just fell. Where did my drink go? Hold on. I apologize for that, folks. I dropped my drink and I just found it. All right. Luckily, it was a bottle, not a glass. That would have been more disastrous because of the place where I ended up. I'm trying to fix my headphones right quick, guys. I'm sorry. So right now, we got. Let's now go over to the 2nd Congressional District, where it is a close race between Daniels and Figures. Please say that you can't have a more funnier last man. We got Napoleon running as well. That's actually crazy. The 3rd place guy's name is Napoleon. That's actually crazy. All right. All right. So right now, so Joe Biden. Let's go back and look at the Vermont Republican primary. So Nikki Haley is now 73% chance of winning this state. All right. So right here, we're going back to Texas 23rd. Nothing more yet from Texas 23rd. Colorado Republican primary for president. Donald J. Trump has won there. 62 to 33, another big blow for Nikki Haley. This is the disasters all over for Haley. Just a lot of disasters for Haley today. We're approaching 3 hours of live coverage. We started tonight talking about Iowa. We're approaching the 10 o'clock hour of the East Coast, which means we will be Vermont. I mean, not Vermont, Utah. Votes are coming in pretty fast and not fast enough for Alabama. Let's be real. California will close in about an hour and a half, and then Alaska will close in 2.5 hours. So we got another big night of another few hours of streaming left. This will probably be our longest stream until August, and then I don't know how long. I think I'm gonna probably be going for like 10 hours on election day. I'll do a stream counting. I'll be doing two streams on election day, probably the midnight towns with the countdown to the midnight towns, and then where we'll probably have like election history quizzes and stuff, and then election night will start at 6 o'clock, well 5:45 Eastern, and then I'll go into like one. I'll go until probably. I mean, It's gonna be a bitch going to class the next morning, but I don't give. It's gonna be a bitch going to class that morning. I'm still wondering if that American Samoa projection was a troll or not. Is it a troll? All right, so we are still waiting on results here for the drop in many of these states where races are very close. So basically, Alabama, we're going to be watching. We have yet to get results from the other Tony Gonzalez race. I think once California closes and we get results, I think my main focus will be in California. So 75% chance of Haley winning Vermont. I'm gonna go try to get Utah up. All right. All right. So this is interesting. So uncommitted is getting 18% in Minnesota. That's for the Democratic primary. Uncommitted is getting 18% in Minnesota, 7 in Colorado, 12 in North Carolina, 6 in Tennessee, 5 in Alabama, and 11 in Massachusetts. But Biden's doing very good here. Everywhere else. Trump is just destroying Haley everywhere right now. Trump has won Minnesota. Alaska will close at midnight. So tonight, the night is far from over, folks. We got 20 minutes till Utah closes, and then it'll be just a matter of time before we finally get results from California. All right, so let's see here. Whoa! Alabama's second congressional district. We have a 16 vote race. No, that's 18 votes. We might get runoffs in both races here. What are these last names? Dick Drewbacker. Unfortunately, Caroline Dobson. This is actually insane. And it looks like Barrymore and Jerry Carl are close, but it looks like it will be Carl who will end up being the winner there. Let's go back to Vermont. And look at this. It's a 0.6, and now it does. Haley is doing very well in Vermont. And here we go. Anthony Daniels is added to his totals, 36 to 33. Remember, majority rules in the state of Alabama. That means that it will go to a runoff if no one gets 50%. Same with Texas. Tony Gonzalez is at 49.2. If he gets under 50%, that's big. All right. Seems like Trump is going to win by about 28 points here in Colorado. He should get Delegate, and Haley should be getting delegates there, but we have yet to get. All right, let's go to Texas Senate. Right here. And there we go. Right here, Texas Senate, we have Colin Allred and Ron Gutierrez. We got a close race here. South Texas is not. Seems like it's not. And then we have Ron Gutierrez doing and Mark Gonzalez doing very well in South Texas. Allred is not even in the top 3 in Zavala County. Yeah, this is a bad spot down South Texas. Bad spot for Allred right now. We just got a huge vote drop in Alabama's 2nd district. Samari Figures has a lead 38 to 28 right now. Montgomery just dropped 40 to 27 with 93% in. Wow. All right. Mobile also dropped 64-24. Napoleon is in 2nd. So the number 2 guy is not even in the top 3 in Mobile, which is bad news for. He is only at 2% in Mobile. Remember, top 2 goes to the runoff. So it looks like it'll be Figures and Daniels. And Alabama won. We still have 14% in, and it's very more ahead with 58 to 41. Utah closes in about 13 minutes. All right, so here we go. We got not more votes from Alabama. All right, Vermont. This is the closest race so far tonight. Like, it's the closest race tonight. the predicted estimated margin is between Haley plus 10 to Trump plus 5. Haley plus 2.8 is the final estimated margin. That's gonna be a Biden lost American Samoa to a random dude. Oh my god, that's the most funniest thing we've seen today. Biden has lost American Samoa to just a random guy. Alrighty, so here we go. We got about 9 minutes until polls close in Utah. Those in Colorado is coming in very quickly, but Trump is going to win there. It's historically close there in Vermont. Here in Vermont. All right. So we're still. Tony Gonzalez, the congressman from Texas 23, is looking like he may go to runoff. They have yet to call the Democratic primary in Texas for Colin Allred. Dean Phillips has won a county. That's crazy. All right, we're just. So this is what's going on. It is a 0.9% race here in Vermont. Haley's doing very well here. Okay, we got more votes. Jerry Carl Barrymore leads Jerry Carl 53-46. All right, so I'm gonna go get the updated delegate count. Wow, Nikki Haley just took the lead in Vermont, I believe. Okay, not officially on here, but on NBC she takes the lead. All right, post codes just now in Utah. $21 from Colorado, 53 North Carolina. Alrighty. What was then updated delegate in North Carolina? It was 53. So that's 21. And then what else? Colorado added 21. And Minnesota added 16. So Trump is now at 664 delegates. Nikki Haley is still at 46. That's incredible. And no. We are 6. This is very close in Vermont. Burlington is a ton in, not a ton in Burlington. Not even anything in Montclair. Utah is just close as well. All right. Let's see here. Utah Republican caucus. 61-48 Trump. They expect Trump plus 14. And Nikki Haley just took the lead in Vermont. Burlington is 100% in now. She has a lead of 1.6. Okay, we got this close ass race here. 10 more delegates for. I just got 12 more delegates for Trump. I don't know where they came from. Arkansas is where they came in from. I believe. Is it Arkansas that they came in from? Yes, Arkansas is where they came in from. Arkansas. Trump has won 39 delegates so far. It's an increase of 12. He's now at 676. Mobile. Whoa, we just got. This would be an upset if Carl loses here. Okay, Utah. All right, so what we got here in Utah is Trump leading by 18. So what is I don't see any results here, but they have 8760 for. So what's going on? Where's the results coming from? Do, 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 do. Who is this Jason Palmer guy? This is crazy. That is still funny. All right, so we are watching Alabama's. Alrighty. I don't see anything. So we are looking here at Mobile. I don't see where these Utah votes are coming from. So
Maybe they're write-ins or absentees. Basically,
already the
everything in North Carolina is hella close.
we just got a call in U.S. Senate race in Texas. I believe it's all red winning.
Really?
Well, that's what the New York Times, as they call it, but DDHQ has.
He does look pretty secure.
All that the places where he doesn't look good at is in the South. So everything south of San Antonio is where he's struggling a lot at. We got about 50 minutes until the biggest race, the biggest state close. Haley's lead in Vermont is almost 3 points. So that might be her only win of the night. It might be her biggest delegate count again. Place where he gets her most delegates from. It looks like Tony Gonzalez might be in big trouble here. He has 48.6% of the votes.
Yeah, he has not done quite enough to avoid a runoff here.
I don't even know if he's favored in a runoff.
He does have a big money advantage.
I think it's safe to say that the Alabama primary in the second is going to go to runoff on both sides.
I agree. Oh, Barrymore just got a big boost from somewhere.
It was Coffee where he got in 4,000 votes.
Good news for Jerry Carl is he's winning big in Baldwin County, and that's not where most of the votes are going to come from.
He's also winning big in Mobile.
Yeah, but this district cuts around Mobile, so the actual city isn't in it. It's an
He's in the
AO2.
second.
Yeah.
California closes at 11 Eastern, which I think that'll be our big focus going after 11 is California. But y'all count votes slow, so I don't think it'll be okay.
Uncommitted getting 15% of the vote in Minnesota Democratic primary.
Trump just crossed over 700 delegates. I don't know where the delegates that drop came from.
Maybe they gave him a bunch from Texas.
Yeah, no. Oh, he gained almost all of them from Tennessee.
Oh, well,
He went to 55 delegates in Tennessee from 16. So now he's at almost over 700 delegates. He's at 715. Nikki Haley with 90% of the votes in. She leads by 3.3%. I think we're about to get the declaration of her being the winner here.
Well, this is not exactly a concession, but Senk just said that both the Republican and Democratic races are completely over, and that unless one of them drops out, Trump and Biden are going to be the nominees. So I'll take that as basically an ending of his presidential effort.
Has Nikki said anything?
No, but Senk also says that this means there is a 90% chance that Trump is going to be president again. What do you think of that, Beto?
Yeesh. No. It's 50-50 right now, guys. Like, Biden has some problems, but Trump is hated too, so it's going to be close going into the election. 3.3% for Haley. She has a 2,500 vote, basically a 2,000 vote lead here. So Haley just gained more votes. She's ahead by 3.7% with 90% in. As we're about to get a call here. Here's the needle. They have almost certainly Haley win here.
Yep, it looks like she'll take this contest. Well, that's something for her, I guess. Of course, the delegate slip's going to.
It's not going to get her much delegates.
Yeah, it's going to be near. She'll gain probably a couple more delegates as far as a net.
Jerry Carl gained a bit of votes. Tony Gonzalez just dropped to 47%.
Looking tough for him to avoid a runoff right now.
Biden just came out and released a statement saying that Super Tuesday leave Americans with a clear choice. So Biden just came out and declared victory, basically.
Yeah. Let's look at North Carolina House races. In NCO1, Lori Buckhout, who it got pretty close for a minute there, but she has taken an 8-point lead with 77% in. Still a little too early to call, but certainly she is in prime position to beat Sandy Smith, and that's a win for the congressional GOP leadership, who gets their preferred candidate instead of running a twice-time loser in Sandy Smith. In NCO6, the race to replace Kathy Manning, Addison McDowell, the Trump candidate, is still in the lead. It looks like there's still enough time left for this to change. It looks like Mark Walker will join him in a runoff. Former congressman will get a chance to go back to his old job. But Christian Castelli is only a couple points behind, so that's still a little up in the air. But that's what it looks like right now. It is going to be a runoff, though. No one's gonna break 30% here. Sometimes in North Carolina, you'll see the runner-up has the option to decline a runoff, and sometimes you'll see that. But this is a safe red seat, so no reason to really care. I talked about NCO8 to replace Dan Bishop. It's super close with over 95% and almost all the votes counted. Mark Harris is at 30.4%, just above the sliver to avoid a runoff. I think he's done it. I think Mark Harris has avoided a runoff, and that would send that would send him to Congress.
A freaking election stealer.
Yeah, we talked about the implications. Of course, there's still, it's so close that a few votes could put him under 30%. But I do think he's actually gained votes since I last checked. Last I checked, he was at 30.2. So to replace Patrick McHenry, still very close, but it does look like Pat Harrigan is going to pull this out. Close race, but a win for the right wing of the GOP. He was endorsed by Mark Robinson. More establishment leaders had endorsed Ray Mills, who's a state representative. Still close, but he holds a 2-point lead with nearly all the votes counted. Although there is still quite a bit left, it's in an area where he's been very strong. And finally, NC-14. This looks like it's going to go to a runoff, but Kelly Daughtry, an attorney, has a big lead. She's at 28.5%. No one else is even over 20%. So, well, it looks like she's going to be in a runoff with probably, most likely, Brad Knott, although there's still a little bit of unpredictability there.
Nikki Haley just got some delegates from Colorado. She gets 11 delegates from Colorado, which is, wow. Where did Trump gain votes? Delegates would. I forgot where Trump gained delegates at, but Trump gained delegates in Oklahoma. He has won all of their delegates, which is 43. And there's 0 for Haley in their state. So Trump is 57 delegates for Nikki Haley. For Donald Trump, it is now at 730. So this is, I think Haley is going to basically concede tonight, it looks like.
Well, I'll wait to see what she actually says.
The New York Times has yet to project Haley the winner, but it's looking like she will win here. Like, I don't see anywhere where Trump can pick up steam here. Looking here in Alabama too, this is going to run off because the first place is at 38%.
Oh, I see what happened here in American Samoa. Jason Palmer actually went there and campaigned. Like, he actually flew there and campaigned.
What even is he? A state rep or something?
No, he's just a dude. Let's see. The Washington Post says on his website, Palmer describes himself as a Baltimore resident who has worked for various businesses and nonprofits, often on issues involving technology and education.
So he's just an average Joe.
Yeah.
That is actually crazy how he
Well, I mean, no one ever goes there to campaign, so I guess he figured he had an opportunity. Took advantage. I wonder if he's on the
Does it
ballot.
really matter? No. American Samoa doesn't vote.
No, and also Biden probably is going to end up getting more delegates there in the end once you factor in unpledged.
And also probably gonna does not give them delegates.
No, they'll give him delegates. It's only he's only got I think 4. He'll get his delegates most likely, but
A random dude going to get delegates at the DNC. What is Wiki? How is Wikipedia gonna?
I guess they have to make him a major candidate. I don't see how they can deny it. I know they've come up with some like very twists on their rule with the whole Ryan Binkley debate showed me that they aren't really like Wikipedia does great work, but they are not necessarily always committed to following through on their standards for determining who a major candidate is. But if you got delegates anywhere, you're a major candidate. So yeah, he should be moved up to that status, even if it's just like he's a random.
Oh my god, he's probably gonna be on the big page as well. They made him a major candidate already.
Maybe we should make David Stuckenberg a major candidate. He's on so many ballots.
Dude, they don't even have a picture. They just had him as JP. They just have him as JP.
I mean, they almost certainly don't have a Wikipedia page.
They don't. That's actually crazy.
Steve Womack only leads by 10 in his primary.
We're about to be 4 hours into this night. We will have California coming up in about 30 minutes. We have a protection. They have called DDHQ has called the race for Haley in the Vermont race. Oh my god, NBC made a whole post about it. The fact that a random dude has beaten the president of the United States in a contest.
Dave Wasserman has officially called it for Haley in Vermont. He's also officially said it's going to a runoff in Texas 23.
Haley's it's approaching 50% here in Vermont. We may get a call very soon here by both NBC and Alrighty, we got California. We're about to have California close. I'm gonna see what's going on in Utah because the needle had an interesting take there.
That was another state that was thought of maybe being potentially close early on.
They are thinking Trump plus 14. So I'm thinking Haley could get delegates here.
She's already gotten some from North Carolina.
Did they just give her the delegates there?
They gave her 4.
Alright, let me see. Nope, she got 9 here.
And
By the
NBC News is allocating it a little quicker though, so
yeah, Trump got 6. The final is Trump 6. Well, there's still a delegate left, but Trump got 62. Well, there's 2 delegates left. Trump got 62. Haley got 9. So Trump gains 11 more delegates from North Carolina. Haley gets 9 from North Carolina. So Haley, she gained more delegates somewhere else. Oh, she got 3 more from Virginia. She now has 6 in Virginia. So
polls closed in North Carolina almost 3 hours ago. In Wake County, the largest county, hasn't reported a single election day vote.
16.
So just buckle down for November. So I have been shouting out Minnesota as kind of a bad state for Biden, but Colorado is a good state for him. He's winning 85 to 7% there, despite the fact that there was a legitimate movement for the uncommitted vote there. So that, if you're a Biden supporter looking for some positive news in a night where he's kind of struggling in Minnesota, lost American Samoa, kind of has had some issues on the border in Texas, he's doing really well in Colorado.
Trump now has 742 delegates. He gained 12. Haley is now at 69. And with Virginia about to be called, I think Haley's 9th base would be done here. Unless he gets some from Utah.
And she might. There's also Alaska, which is always weird. She did get the endorsement of Lisa Murkowski, although Susan Collins endorsing her did not help her in Maine much at all.
I think the Phil Scott endorsement helped her out in Vermont.
Perhaps. He did endorse Bill Weld in 2020.
I think that was the only state he got double digits in, right?
No, actually, I thought that for years, but apparently I just learned this week. He got about 11% in Maryland, which is even higher. Of course, by the time Maryland voted in 2020, Trump had cinched up the nomination. So, whereas when Vermont voted, it was still kind of. I mean, it was never in question, but he wasn't the presumptive nominee quite yet.
When does Maryland vote?
This year, I don't know. In 2020, they voted in June, I think. Is
Dean Phillips gonna drop out?
I don't know. At this point, who cares? Let them do whatever. And when I say that, I mean like all of them. I mean Marianne, I mean Dean, I mean Senk. Just let them do whatever. The most serious opponent to Biden at this point is the uncommitted option.
Yeah, they're just running for probably.
Jason Palmer has received 361 votes in Vermont, so there you go.
I don't think a random dude did well against Obama in a couple of states, but never got delegates.
Well, yeah, because that was Dixiecrat nonsense going on.
How much money did he have to go to fucking American Samoa? We just got a call, and it is Vermont. I'm assuming Vermont is getting called like in the next few minutes. Apparently,
Virginia
NBC has
average plus Trump plus 49. Virginia results Trump plus 28.
What results?
The results in Virginia are Trump plus 28, but the 538 average was plus 49. I know there was some hype about it, but still. So, underperformed the polling average. Just things worth keeping in mind.
And Haley 3.9% lead. And there we go. We got projection. We got the projection. Nikki Haley has just won Vermont. Her first state win.
We did it.
Her first win in a state. How many delegates she'll get? Who knows? But AP has called it for Nikki Haley. It is official. Wow. Her second contest win this year. But her first state win.
Well, a surge of votes came in Brubaker in Alabama second, and the Republican is now at 49%. So he has a shot at avoiding a runoff here, actually.
He's at 47 now.
Yeah.
What county was it?
I think Montgomery.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Montgomery, 66-22.
Netted about 7,000 votes.
Anthony Daniels might have gained votes in Montgomery because he closed the gap there.
Yeah, it does look like it's down to Figures and Daniels for the runoff. It's really just a question of how many votes does each finish with, but no one else is really all that close to them.
We should be getting results soon in Utah.
In Alabama second Republican primary, it's still obviously Brubaker's going to be in the runoff. It's kind of a question between Dobson and Albert and who gets second. Dobson's certainly in a comfortable position right now, but it's probably not quite over yet, and there's nothing from the mobile portion of the district really, which looks like it should favor Albert. Barry Moore up 12 points, although we're still waiting for. Well, actually, you know what? With a bit more from Baldwin came in. He's still up 12. That is a good sign for him. I would rather be, you'd rather be Barry Moore right now, although it's still possible. still certainly possible.
We have been on the air for 4 hours. We have been waiting for California, which closes in 19 minutes. That's where the real fun begins here, folks. California, we have a very packed Senate race and several House races.
I think it's pretty fair to call Arkansas's third for Steve Womack. Not the most insane performance ever. He's only up by around 10 points with 85% in. But there's not really an indication that he's about to that Enzo's going to be able to close the gap anywhere here.
We should get Utah full results from Utah at the same time as polls close in California. So about 20 more minutes until we get the first full results from Utah. They are not absentees. I think we got. Oh, whoa. Tony Gonzalez. Is that 45%? It's fair to say this is going to run off.
Yeah, certainly it looks like that. And Brandon Herrera has opened up a big lead over the other opponents, so it'll be Gonzalez and Herrera in the runoff. I don't know. I think Gonzalez would definitely start as the favorite, but that could get interesting.
Runoff is in early May. No, in early April. So we
actually, I think I believe it's a late May, actually.
Late May?
Yeah.
I don't know what's April, early April. But I'm pretty sure we will have a stream in early April.
Well, Craig Goldman in Texas 12, Kate Granger's district, is at 46%, so it looks like Ken Paxton's kind of revenge campaign successfully sent him to a runoff with John O'Shea. Although I suppose there's still a number of more votes to count, so we'll see about that.
61% in here in Alabama's 2nd congressional district, both sides. Two candidates, all candidates are under 50%, so we could get a runoff soon. If we will have a runoff, definitely in the Democratic primary. Republican is still Joe Biden has released a statement on social media. Tonight's results leave the American people with a clear choice. Are we going to keep moving forward, or are we going to allow Donald Trump to drag us into the chaos, division, and darkness to define his term in office? 4 years ago, I ran because the existential threat Donald Trump posed to America we all believe in. Since then, we have made enormous progress, 15 million jobs, wages raised, faster than inflation, taking on big pharma in the gun lobby, and winning. We have much more to do. If Donald Trump returns to the White House, all of this progress is at risk. He is driven by grievance and grift, focused on his own revenge and retribution, not the American people. He's determined to destroy our democracy. We have to whip away our fundamental freedoms, like the ability for a woman to make her own healthcare decisions, passing out around $1 billion test cuts for the wealthy, and he'll do anything he says to put himself in power.
Wow, uncommitted has 20% in Minnesota.
Youth. Today, millions of voters across the country made their voices heard, showing that they really ready to take the fight against Donald Trump's extreme plan to take us backwards. My message to the country is this: every generation of Americans will face a moment when it has to defend democracy, stand up for our personal freedom, stand up for the right to vote, and our civil rights. To every Democrat, Republican, Independent who believes in free and fair America, this is our moment. This is our fight. Together, we will win. That's
Biden. Dean Phillips has 9% in Minnesota. Uncommitted has 20%. Biden might finish well under 70% there.
The only other state that he finished under 70% is in New Hampshire, which was a write-in campaign. But Nikki Haley has won a contest, and NBC has yet to call it. They're far behind, but they are probably going to call it soon.
Gutierrez is cleaning up along the border here. Allred's got some campaigning to do if he wants to win the general.
Yeah. I mean, Gutierrez is from that area. His district is the border. Again, our updated delegate count, Donald J. Trump has officially has more delegates. He's got 742 now. I don't know where that update came from. I'm going to go check. He's won all 43 delegates in Oklahoma. But I already counted that. I don't know where he gained all the other delegates from. Yeah, I don't know where all the other delegates came from. I might have messed up my numbers a little bit. Again, the absentee ballots in Utah are 62% for Trump, 36% for Haley. Pretty good night so far for a very great night for Trump. He is destroying Haley everywhere except for Vermont, where Haley obviously won. She's going to win by about 5 points. She could win by about 5 points in Vermont. Polls in Vermont had Trump up by 2. We got 10 minutes until California closes. All right, 47% in here in Alabama won. This is Barrymore, Jerry Carl, the incumbent race. Baldwin, not looking very strong for Carl now. In Mobile, only 1% in still. Carl, 1%. Escambia, 70% for Carl. So his district counties he's doing very well in. But he's also doing amazingly well. But Barrymore is doing amazingly well in Coffee, in Dale, and Henry, and in Houston counties. So, again, very, very big amount of votes for both sides. So, the big question is, what's going to be the turnout like?
I wonder, and you could look at the current map for this, if those counties are where Barrymore represents right now.
Yeah, that is a very different district. That was part of the old 2, I believe. These were a part of the old 2, I believe. And these are part of the old 1.
The AAP has officially called Arkansas third for Steve Womack, so no runoffs in Arkansas to pay attention to.
California closes in about 9 minutes. A lot of people are very so we have yet to hear we have yet to hear from Nikki Haley about whether she's going to drop out or not.
Kind of a feeling we might be looking at Steve Womack closely again next year. His final margin's going to be maybe under 10 points.
Asa Hutchinson is still in third in Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, I don't view that as that surprising.
He's beating Ron DeSantis there.
He was governor there.
And there we go. Vermont, and the NBC has officially called Vermont for Nikki Haley, and they gave her 9 delegates to start off. I still wonder if California is a winner-take-all state for Republicans. All right. Oh my God, the race is winner take all. Oh no.
I think Mark Walker's got this in NC06. I think it's going to be him and McDowell in the runoff.
Yeah.
What a terrible start to Bo Hines' political career, man.
Where is he going to run next year?
Yeah, so Steve Womack right now, 55%, and Dan Crenshaw, interestingly, at only 59%.
I mean, Crenshaw's been a target of the right. Oh my God! Jerry Carl just took the lead in Alabama 1. I don't know what just came in, but Jerry Carl now leads in Alabama's 1st district. A big drop of Mobile just came in and gave Jerry Carl a gain of 5,000 votes. Jerry Carl now leads by under 500 votes. Yeah, this is going to be based on turnout, it looks like, because both candidates are winning in their old districts by landslides. So it's going to be this is going to be determined by the turnout here in the race. Who gets the better turnout? Figures just took a huge lead. Mobile does gave Figures. Figures is close to getting 20. It's at 42%. We might not get a runoff after all in Alabama if Figures gets more and more big margins like that. 4 minutes until we get official results in Utah and California closes. How long does it take for California to get first results out?
Poll closing. It'll take weeks to get final.
Yeah, but when does? Yeah.
But in just over an hour, we'll get results from Alaska, which I know you're excited for.
I don't think Alaska. We're gonna wait till Alaska, but But Super Tuesday is almost finished here.
Uh-oh. Look at Alabama 01.
We have Barry Moore now ahead. He got more. Dale County just came in. It's going to be turnout that decides this race here in Alabama 01.
Still only 76% in Baldwin County.
Jerry Carl has an 8,000 vote lead there.
Not a single mention of Nikki Haley in Trump's victory speech tonight. Only Biden.
Yeah, this is basically general election officially starting.
Dean Phillips is not tweeting about dropping out, but he has just tweeted that the Republicans should call out Mark Robinson in North Carolina.
Who?
Dean Phillips.
I don't think Biden has even been focusing on his primary challengers.
No, he really has not mentioned them.
I think Trump went after them back in 2020 after the walls in Stanford. I think that was pretty funny back in 2020 when they called them like the Three Stooges or something.
Yeah, he did.
Biden hasn't acknowledged Williamson, Saint, or Dean at all.
But he is notably has not yet had to respond to Jason Palmer, so this could shift the race.
I mean, American Samoa doesn't really matter.
Damn it.
I think the biggest vote getter for Barry Moore is in the Houston County, where it's now over almost 100%. Is 100% in now.
Okay, I don't think Dick Brubaker is breaking the 50% mark in this Republican primary, so we should have two runoffs here. A bit of a close race for second. Greg Albertson's not out of it yet, especially if we still have more votes coming in mobile. But he's got to turn it up there. It's really close. It's pretty close between him and Dobson.
And polls are about to close in California in 30 seconds. Again, the race is between Steve Garvey, Barbara Lee, Adam Schiff, and Katie Porter.
Still haven't called it for Allred here on the AP. Well, he's at 60%.
He needs to do some campaigning down south if he wants to be Cruz. Or either that or get a huge turnout. And California's closed.
Dun dun dun.
Now the wait.
If I lived in California, I would have voted for President Bodie since his name is president, so he's got to be pretty strong.
Brody. Wait, is his name actually President Bodie? Where is he at?
Yeah, look at the California ballot.
All right. Denise Gary, Gail Lightfoot. I don't see it here on. No, is it on the presidential ballot?
Yeah.
Oh, I was looking at the Senate ballot. I'm not even paying attention to the California presidential ballot. All right, so we are going to get results very soon in Utah and California. Polls are we're still getting results here in Alabama. They've been counting very slow tonight.
They always do.
It's 84% in the second district, 84% in the Democratic primary, 71% in the Republican primary. But down here in the first, it's only 56% in. Oh, where did the votes come in from? Jerry Carl just made this a 0.1% race. I think it was a Scambia, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost dead even right now.
Have we ever?
No, it was a little bit more from Baldwin.
Oh. We're going to have, imagine we have a recount here.
Good.
I mean, we had a recount last year in the Pennsylvania Senate race in 22. I remember covering that race extensively during the 22 season.
Looks like Lizzie Fletcher has easily won re-election.
We have yet to get votes here from California.
Yeah, don't wait up. Looks like the race to challenge Quayle on the Republican side might end up in a runoff. Jay Furman's at only 44% with 87% in.
62% in the Senate race here in Texas. And Allred is narrow, just barely holding on to 60%. It looks like Allred is not going to win a single county down in the RGV area. I don't know what they're rating up on to call this race.
In the race to succeed Alrad in Texas 32, Julie Johnson on the Democratic side is sitting at 50.4%. So she is on the edge here of avoiding a runoff. We'll see how that holds up.
The bad news for Democrats is that the Republicans in Texas have basically doubled their vote totals. The Republicans have 400,000.
You know, it's a worthy point, but I'm just not sure how deeply I take it because the Republicans have like what is viewed as a competitive primary, whereas Democrats don't.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that's the difference, but I will say that that stuff does matter.
Yeah. Oh, Barrymore has expanded his lead here in Alabama 1 here. It looks like it is Covington County, and it was a huge vote drop. Barrymore got 4,000 gained votes here. But the bad news for Barrymore is that his biggest vote producer is Houston County, which is 100% in. Like, all of his biggest producers for votes are not as strong as compared to like Baldwin and Mobile, where Jerry Carl is doing amazing there. This is
New
gonna,
Twitter beat just dropped. Gavin Newsom versus Dean Phillips. Gavin Newsom tweeted, "Appreciate the self-awareness. Tonight's the night you should drop out and support our nominee at Joe Biden." Phillips responded, "From a self-awareness professional."
you have still yet to get caucus results from Utah. The only 3 people on the ballot are Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ryan Binkley. I think they called the 23rd to go to runoff.
Wasserman did.
$45.9 for Gonzalez with 90% of the votes in. Yeah, he's going to run off. It's going to be him and Herrera, the gun guy. Is Gonzalez in big trouble in his runoff?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. He has finished far ahead of everyone else. He will have a significant financial advantage, but it's hard to tell with runoffs. Also, last time a runoff happened in Texas, I didn't think Van Taylor was in trouble, and then we found out saw what happened there. So,
well, to be fair, dude got completely exposed for having a partner for having an extramarital affair with someone that was in ISIS.
yeah, all the things that could happen again. You never know.
Oh, we got California results. We got California votes dropped. California just dropped. All right. So here we go.
Oh,
the first official. We got California drop, and
there goes Steve Garvey. Madera County. Okay, this is not.
Yeah. It looks like it is Garvey, Schiff, Porter, and Early that's taking votes here. Barbara Louise in 5th. In the special, it looks like it is Garvey, Schiff, Porter again. Oh, we got more votes. And it looks like it's Adam Schiff.
Adam Schiff. Well, that's Democratic. That's wine country shit.
Yeah, we got Schiff getting 46%, Porter 18, Garvey 17, Lee 9. So we're getting votes, folks, in California. Schiff is far away in first place with 42%.
If he crosses 50, he avoids a runoff.
Is that actually true in California?
No.
I was about to say. Then why not just have him go to the Senate immediately?
So it is the special election is like it's a little closer. I think Katie Porter is slightly closer.
Yeah,
which I suppose raises the mild possibility that we get different people, but I don't hope. I hope not. I think that would confuse voters.
I mean, it's happened in the past. California officially drops. Well, let's see what's going on in the presidential race.
I'm going to LA Times because they'll have some of the smaller races that I'm looking for.
And Trump has officially won California right off the bat. Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah, it's not even close. That's a winner-take-all state. That is killer for Haley. That puts Trump at 911, 911 votes and delegates. That is killer for Haley. Trump is now 300 away from the nomination.
Next week, I'm telling you.
That is this.
It's worth noting. American Samoa has its Republican primary on Friday, so we could gain a bit more there too.
Yeah, that is just devastating for Haley there. That is insanely devastating.
169 delegates for him.
That is devastating for Trump, for Haley. Basically ends the race here. Looks like Harvey is looking very good here to start off the night. Schiff is leading in Napa and Sonoma. I don't think it's fair to immediately call Trump the winner in California immediately, but I see why NBC has done it.
Yeah, it's some strong Republican areas coming in for Garvey right now. It doesn't look great for Katie Porter, though.
Yeah. What's going on with our congressional races here in California?
It doesn't look like we have any results in quite yet. Orange County starting to release results.
I don't see Orange County yet on here.
It's in the presidential primary, so I assume Senate's coming.
Looks like Santa Clara County just came in. That is San Jose. That's where the Niners play. Fuck the Niners. Just kidding. That's what you should be saying. So 40% right now for Adam Schiff. I think it's pretty certain he's going to be in the playoffs. I mean,
He will be.
in the playoffs. I mean, in the general election. Biden has officially swept every state. And here becomes California.
This is an ass start for Katie Porter. This is just this is awful for her.
San Luis Obispo County. Garvey is finishing in third in the whole entire and second in every county so far. This is just poor time right now for Katie Porter right now. She's outperforming herself in the special election. It could come down to where Porter's district is at.
That's what I'm saying, because the Orange County results I'm seeing, they haven't posted on NYT yet, but the ones posted to Twitter and stuff, those are what really have me concerned.
Oh my God, Orange County just dropped. Garvey is in the lead.
That's not surprising, but the problem is that she's behind Schiff.
It's going to come down to Orange and LA County, it seems like. Orange has yet to drop in the special.
Yeah, I mean, if she's not beating Schiff there, and it is just the early vote, but if she's not beating Schiff there, she's not going to beat him anywhere in the state.
That loss for Trump and for Haley in California was very devastating for her. That puts Trump almost at 1,000 delegates. I don't think Haley could even reach 100 delegates. Next week we got Mississippi. We got we got next week. We got Mississippi. We got Washington. I think that's it.
Oh, you meant down-ballot?
No, I mean president and down-ballot.
I know Washington president, Mississippi both, I think.
Washington, Mississippi, that's it next week?
No, there's more. I just don't know which.
Illinois is March 19th, so is Florida. Arizona is the 19th. Kansas is the 19th. Hawaii is next week. We got Mississippi, Hawaii, and Washington for sure.
Hawaii is actually tomorrow.
Hawaii is actually tomorrow?
For the Democrats, at least.
Oh. The Republicans is next week.
Georgia
is also next week.
AP has projected Lori Bucko will win the first district, so that'll be Don Davis' challenger.
Alrighty, so let's go look at some other results. So Texas Senate already is still very, very cool. Is doing very well, except for again down the South. He has 59% of the vote. I don't know what's taking them so long for them to call this race. I don't think anywhere where this could go into a runoff. Okay, and then in Texas 23, We're still waiting for official projection. It's 45.8 for Tony Gonzalez. Again, there's a disaster of a night for Tony Gonzalez. In Utah presidential race, that's probably the only other place where Nikki Haley can actually gain delegates, other than Alaska. Still nothing in yet. So yeah, this is just disaster. Losing California in that early, that was a disaster for Nikki Haley. Steve Garvey is this is Adams. This is just disaster for Katie Porter. She should be. If Barbara Lee wasn't in the race, this probably would have been maybe a better night somewhat for Katie Porter, but Schiff and Garvey are just basically neck and neck right now. Okay, Katie Porter still losing votes. This is not good. Okay, we just got votes for Jerry Carl. Baldwin is 100% in. Yikes. That is big yikes. Baldwin is on. The big vote getters for both sides are 100% in. So it's going to come down to turnout here. We're about to get 5 hours into this stream. I think we'll go a little bit into Alaska's poll closings, but see what happens there. We got 17% of the vote in now in California. Votes came in pretty quickly here. Again, stuff is not going well for Katie Porter here. It seems like Nikki Haley has yet to drop out of the race, even though she lost badly tonight. Trump could lock up the nomination as early as next week. So this is what we got so far. So let's go through our key races. Right now in Alabama's 1st Congressional District, Barrymore, Jerry Carl, this is very close. It's within 0.7. Mobile's 100%. Baldwin's 100%. Escambia's at 52. Covington is at 100. Coffee's at 100. Dale is at 84. Henry's at 85. Houston's at 100. So this is going to come down to Escambia, Dale, and Geneva. This is going to... I think this is it. I think Barrymore is about to win this race. Barrymore will win that race, it looks like. In Alabama, too, for both sides. We have a runoff officially projected in the Democratic race. Figures and Daniels are officially going to a runoff. All the votes are in. Basically, Figures fell 7 points short of the victory mark. So he will go into a runoff with Anthony Daniels. And the Republican primary, we can now have a projection. Dick Brubaker is officially going to the runoff. We have yet to decide what's going to happen with the other two. All right, Texas 23, we can project that it is officially going to be Tony Gonzalez in a runoff. Tony Gonzalez, even though he won every county, he will have a runoff. All right, and Utah Republican caucus for the president of the United States. We got nothing yet. For the Texas Senate race, Colin Allred is at 59%. Roland Gutierrez at 16%. We may get they're waiting to see if Allred is still at 59%. We do not. So this is very much a very competitive. Allred must probably go down there and campaign in the South. All right, and then back here to California, it looks like it is Schiff and Garvey, well ahead. Porter at 15.4, Lee at 6.8. So this looks like it's going to be Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey, and looks like Adam Schiff will be the next senator for the state of California. In the special election, it's not even better. It's just Schiff, Garvey, and Porter getting the same amount of votes. And Adam Schiff has just been projected to go to the runoff, to go to the general election. Adam Schiff is going to the general election. The question is Steve Garvey going to go? But we have a projection. Adam Schiff is going to the general election in California Senate race. So we have the call very early. California is coming in pretty early and pretty fast.
This is not that many, but this is a very low percentage of the vote.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to go see what's going on in the state results, the congressional results here. So I'm going to take a look So with Super Tuesday now, the book's closing on Super Tuesday. We're gonna look forward to next week. Where hopefully it's probably gonna be a shorter stream than this, obviously, but next week we'll probably have our final presidential primary stream, followed by Super Tuesday 3, which is gonna be all down ballot. It'll be all down ballot after next week, probably, as Trump heads towards the nomination for the Republicans, and Biden seems like he will have the Democratic nomination locked up. Both will probably have them locked up by next week. So that's what's going to happen. Next week, we're going to stay here, and we're just going to have the Democratic. We're just going to have presidential results next week and then in Super Tuesday 3, that will be our first sole down ballot primary night. Even though this was basically a down ballot primary, we have been just streaming. So Donald J. Trump easly wins
Here comes
California.
Los Angeles. Hey, Andy, pay attention. Los Angeles just came in.
Oh shit. All right.
And it's more bad news for
44% for Schiff, 15% for Porter. This is a disaster for Katie Porter. There's still San Diego, but that's probably going to go to Schiff as well. Schiff is also going to go to the special election general. The question is, who's going to win? Who will Porter actually get better results in that primary than in this one?
So right now, in California's 3rd district, we're basically going to preview the general election. Right now, it's Kevin Kiley leading by about 2 points over Jessica Morse. And NBC just called it for Schiff and Garvey.
All right. So we have been on the air for almost 5 hours now, folks. This is Super Tuesday. All right, so here's some house results for you guys. So, Malfa and Yi are going to be the. All right, I'm just going to go through the competitive districts for November. It's a close one in between again, as Dante said, Kiley and Morse. And McClintock is at 56%. All right. Josh Harder is at 46% compared to Lincoln's 27%. Okay. The 13th district, both Gray and Duarte are going to have uncontested. That's going to be a rematch. All right. To replace Kevin McCarthy, Fong is ahead by only 2 percentage points. All right, let's go to the 22nd. That's Valadeo. He leads by 12.
The Democrats were worried about getting locked out here.
Salas leads 38-26.
Ooh, but he's about 2 points ahead of Mathis.
All right, on their competitive race, it is the 40th. Their competitive race, the 40th district, which is Young Kim and Kerr. Young Kim leads 55-32. Calvert, no results from the 31st. Oh, I completely skipped over to the 27th for Garcia's ahead by 12 over Whitesides. 44% for Michelle Steele in the 45th. To replace Katie Porter in the 47th. I think is that Porter's district of 47th?
Yes.
We have no results there. 49th, we have no results there, and for 11th. And that's all the competitive races that I have.
Okay, well, I'm going to go see because Ryan talking about CA 16. Let's go see what's happening there.
CA 16.
This is Anna Issues seat, so she's retiring, as you know.
It's 50. It's two Democrats. Ricardo at 20. That's how I pronounce it, I believe. Ricardo at 23%. Smithton at 19%. Okay, so it's look like Republicans will get locked down in that district.
Yeah, I mean this is a deep blue district.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be two Democrats. So it is going to be. So it's looks like the top guy is a Bloomberg type guy. So that's what I'm hearing. So Schiff is
I believe Smithson
30%.
is backed by issue.
All right, so progressives are not liked here in California, it looks like, because a lot of people thought Katie Porter could get in with Schiff, but she's behind by 300,000 votes. This is just disaster for almost 100%, 88% in only in Ventura. Yeah, this is just disaster for the progressives there in California. And hold up, all right, so I'm gonna go see the other congressional races here in California, not in California, in Alabama. Let's go over the first right quick. We're going to go back to the first district of Alabama. We got not much more results in here, but it looks like we could get a recount here. It's only 700 votes. It's only 700 votes there. In Alabama second, it looks like we'll get Colleen Dobson is going to be in the recount, in the runoff there. Alrighty, and then let's see here. So it's Danielson figures for the Democrats. Drew Baker and Dobson is going to be the Republicans in the second. So the second is in Alabama is done. All right. Official final results in Vermont. I think I'm about to get us the final results in Vermont's presidential race. Hold on. Because that was 49, Nikki Haley barely gets under 50%. Haley leads 49.8 to 45.9, basically a 4-point win for Nikki Haley in the state of Vermont. All right, Utah has yet to come in for Republican caucuses. Oh, they were in earlier. So we're going to wait for more of those results. Texas Senate, Colin Allred, obviously. AP is being a little bit cautious here. We're going, I don't know if Porter's under 15%. This is disaster for. And there we go. Allred has just been declared the winner in the Democratic primary. It took a while. They finally got him. They finally got it called. Texas Senate Democratic primary has officially been called for Colin Allred. It's over there. So we're down to Texas 23rd. I forgot to take up on this one. I forgot to take up on the 23rd. It seems like it is going to, for Texas, 45.8 for Tony Gonzalez. It looks like it is going to be Tony Gonzalez in a runoff. here. All right. So that's all for right now in our rate. That's all for right now for what we got so far and everything other than California. Now, I'm going to look at some of our congressional primaries here. So we got our first big competitive district. All right, so let's go through all the competitive districts right now. Since the Senate race is pretty much over, I believe. So I'll go until like 11, 12:15 Eastern, I think. So until then, let's go over some what we got here in California's third congressional district. It is going to be a basically a. So this is what we got so far. California's third congressional district. This is third congressional district, California. So we have third district, California. Kevin Kiley at 50%. All right. District North 47.5. Kevin Kiley 50%, 50.5%. Robert Smith 2%. All right, now whoops, I accidentally stopped sharing. Let me go back to the Senate race in California while I wait while I get another competitive race. All right, so I got a ton of tabs open here. So let's go through them. Let's go through all the races I have open here for California. So first off, we got the 9th congressional district. This is Josh Harder versus this is Josh Harder. He has a 45.9%. Kevin Lincoln has 27.3%. John McBride has 16%. Khaled Jafari has 10%. This is another competitive district for we got that's for November, and that's another competitive district. For the 16th district, this is to replace a Democrat and a SU. Top three are Democrats, but Sam Liccardo has a lead over Joe Simonton. Evan Lowe is at 16%. The nearest Republicans at 12%. So Republicans are going to get locked out here. Santa Clara County, San Mateo County. This is right. This is just south of San Francisco. So there's only 2 Republicans running in this district. Republicans are going to get locked out here. This is going to be a close race. The 22nd district. This is a very competitive district. Republican David Valadao running for re-election against Rudy. He's running for another term. He's running against someone from his left and someone from his right. Chris Matthews is the right-wing candidate here. So what? So Rudy Salas. The Democrats are trying to get a rematch here. Everyone's above 15% here, which is crazy. So in Kings County, Valadao, Salas, Matthews, and Matthews. This is Tulare County. Salas is not even leading there, and then Salas is winning in Kern County. I think this is going to be a very close race here. I might do a Super Tuesday continued tomorrow, going over the California races. Let's now go to the 27th. This is Mike Garcia trying to win another term. This is North LA County. Far North LA County. He's getting 53% right now. Incredible here. But that's, again, more Republican part of the district. The 45th, this is Michelle Steele. This is Orange County and LA County. Steele is winning both by big margins. Derek Tran trying to get a rematch here. It is Steele 51%, 51%, Tran 18%. Finally, the 47th. This is to replace Katie Porter and share this tab. This is insane. Scott Bow. This is Orange County. So Scott Bow has only a 200, just under a 200 vote lead here. Dave Min, the Democrat. Joanna, there's a small possibility that Scott Bow gets locked out here, which would. This is a competitive race. If Scott Bow gets locked in here, Republicans lost a great pickup opportunity. It could happen, but again, it's a small possibility. All right, I'm gonna go back to Alabama right quick. You guys will stay on that's Jerry Carl has and Barry Moore. This is going to come down to potentially a recount. And no, Barry Moore has been declared the winner. Geneva County came in completely destroyed any hope for Jerry Carl. Barry Moore will be going back to will be returning to Congress. He wins the incumbent primary there. So we just got California. So that is big. So Barry Moore, we got our next Republican. So again, I have yet to hear what's going on with Nikki Haley's campaign. I don't know if she's dropping out or not yet, but It seems pretty likely that Donald Trump will win the nomination either next week or on Super Tuesday 3. So let's go lead check up on the California Senate race. Steve Garvey is losing some support here, but Katie Porter is just getting demolished everywhere. Where Schiff is leading, she's getting destroyed by Garvey. She is ahead in Santa Cruz County, narrowly, of Garvey. 38% in. Again, California came in very early here. I'll probably stay live for another 10 to 15 minutes, to be honest. So let's go. Here we go. Here's David Valadeo. Him not getting off to hurt. There's only 4 candidates, and it looks like the Republicans are getting more votes here. But it's only 22% in. But it's not a good sign for the Democrats here at the end of the day. Here's the 47th again. This is very close. This has replaced Katie Porter. Alaska closes in 5 minutes. We'll see what happens there. This is a very close race here in the 47th. So back to the Senate. It's looking very good for Garvey. 15-point lead. I'm going to go until Alaska. I'll go for another 10 minutes or so. Five-and-a-half-hour stream. I hope you guys subscribe to the channel. I'm not out here streaming for 5.5 hours for. This might do a number for on me when I go to college, when I start university. But Tiff with an insane lead right now over over the pack. Garvey has a 400,000 vote lead over Porter. I've Biden. All right, so Minnesota is Biden's weakest right now. Uncommitted has 19%. Yikes. So President Biden will win. Oh my God, Utah is 60% in their Democratic race. All right. The final polls are about to close in the nation in under a minute, under 2 minutes. Alaska's about to close. So Haley wins Vermont. Trump gets 278. New York Times says Trump at 278 gained delegates. He has around 1,000 now, to be complete exact. All right, so let's go over all the districts. Alabama won, more wins. Republican primary, Brubaker is on. We will have a runoff in both. Simon wins and leads in the 12th district to replace Barbara Lee. 16th district, Ricardo leads. 20th district. Hold on. I forgot the 20th. And let me get the third. You need the 41st. Also, Myra Flores has won her race. Bullitt is Johnson's leading in Texas 32. Gill is ahead by 42 in the Republican 26th district race. Seal Jackson leads by 26. Goldman leads by 19.3. Hunt leads by 16. All right, so Alaska just closed. So here we go. Let's go through all the results that have yet to be called. So here we go. Let's go through all the results right quick and then I'll end the stream. So Utah. Trump, this is still absentee numbers. Trump is 66, Haley 80, 32. All right. And Garvey is going to the Senate. Oh, Garvey wins. Garvey just won. It's Garvey and Schiff in the general election. Garvey and Schiff going to the general election. All right. So that's done. All right, here we go. Let's continue on. The 20th District of California. This is McCarthy's old seat. Mike Bordeaux and Vince Vaughn. Bordeaux and Vaughn are far ahead of the Democrat Marissa Wood. The special is in a couple weeks. In the 41st, this is King Calvert. This is Riverside County only. Look at this. Calvert only leads by 2 in his primary, exactly 1,000 votes. This is abysmal results for him. All right, now let's go over to the 3rd district. This is Kevin Kiley. He's only ahead by 5 in this primary. All right, now let's go over to the 16th, where we just got results. Sam Ricardo and Joseph Madian, Evan Lowe. This is going to be a race to the finish. This might take weeks to decide. It's a tight race. Let's now go to the 22nd, which Valadeo and Salas are far ahead of the pack. Now the 27th. So this is the 27th. Mike Garcia. Looks like he will face George Whitesides. All right. The 45th. This is Michelle Steele. It's looking like Derek Tran is leading, but it's going to be close here for who will face her in the general. And then to replace Katie Porter, Scott Bow leads by only 197 votes over Dave Min. Thus, Joanna Weiss has 17,000 votes. This is the closest race of the night so far in the congressional primaries. This one may literally take weeks to decide. So, with that all stated, Trump and Biden will walk out the nomination next week probably. So that'll be our final general election stream, and then presidential primary stream, and then next week, and then 2 weeks from today, we will have a down-ballot primaries. Since we'll cover down-ballot primaries, since the presidential election primaries will be over by then. And in April, we'll have probably more coverage for runoffs. And then we'll have quiet April. And then in June, we'll have primaries almost every week. We'll be streaming almost every week. July will be quiet. And then August and September, primaries every week, streams every week, potentially even twice a week. So subscribe so you won't miss a thing. So I'm going to end it here. Thank you guys so much for joining us for these past 5.5 hours. We lasted from the poll closings in Virginia in Vermont all the way to now in Alaska just closed. I'm going to see that's all for said. That is going to be the end of this stream. Thank you so much for watching. And no, that's all she wrote. I'm Andy from Child Local Central, and we'll see you guys later.